Town of Los Gatos Council meeting of December 19th. This meeting is now called to order. May we have a roll call?
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Risto.
Here.
Councilmember Rennie.
Here.
Councilmember Moore.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hudas.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Badami.
Here. At this time, may I call on Vice Mayor Hudas to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand.
Thank you. I'm going to look to our town attorney for a closed session report. We met earlier this afternoon.
Thank you. The Town Council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, and there is no reportable action at this time.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to move to council matters, and I'm going to start with Councilmember Ristow.
Oh, thank you. Let's see. So since our last regular meeting of December 5th, I've been pretty busy. I met with a number of residents on a variety of issues, including the housing element, pedestrian safety, town government, Shannon Road temporary and permanent work, the community center plans, and the community garden ideas. And speaking of Upper Shannon, I do want to give a shout out to our staff and our contractors, because Shannon Road, the upper part, with that temporary fix, was supposed to be closed for, I think, 11 days, and it all got done in a week. So I know there's a lot of incredibly grateful people for this temporary fix. I know it'll take a lot longer next time, but fantastic work. Way to beat the schedule and beat the rain. I attended the community garden public meeting on December 7th, and there was a follow-up study session earlier tonight. I participated in the interview and selection of our poet laureate on the 7th of December, and we have that on consent calendar tonight, but that was a really wonderful experience. I attended Lee High School winter production of Clue on the 9th, so it's always good to visit our local high schools and see what our thespians and other students are up to. On the 12th of December, I was part of the Finance Commission meeting, and we'll have some items coming forward from there. On the 12th, I attended and got to enjoy the Christmas feast at St. Luke's for our unhoused residents. And it's the first time they've had the Christmas feast in person since the pandemic. It was a really warm and wonderful occasion. St. Mary's students were there to pass out gifts and to sing carols. And volunteers from TSIA were there serving food. And it was just a really beautiful experience, and I've known about this program since my children went to St. Mary's, where they were there Christmas caroling. So it's nice to see this tradition continue, and just a way to spread holiday cheer to our most vulnerable residents. On the 14th, I attended the Hanukkah on Main, right out here, with quite a number of residents, as well as county supervisor and our state assembly member. Right after that, I attended the Assembly Select Committee on Mental Health that was in these chambers. And after that, I headed up to the Cities Association holiday party, where we gave a thank you to the outgoing president, Margaret Abe Koga, and welcomed Nisa Flygor, who is the new president of the Cities Association.
And is a must,
on the
talking
16th,
with the neighbors,
I
the parking
attended
dugouts.
Wreaths Across America at the Los Gatos Memorial Park, where our veterans who are interned there were all honored and for their service and for the freedom that we enjoy as we all celebrate our different holidays, and observance to the families who have an empty place at the table during the holiday due to other people's sacrifice. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, happy Hanukkah to all those who celebrated last week. Merry Christmas to everyone celebrating next week, and Happy New Year's to all of us here. So, tangentially related to my work here, I completed a emergency medical responder class at San Jose City College in the last 2 weeks, which is like a step below being an EMT. And I did this primarily because of my work here as a CERT volunteer and wanting to just be better prepared for my friends and neighbors. I only say that to encourage folks to take a CPR or AED and first aid class if you haven't. They're like 30 minutes to an hour or 2 hours, and they can save someone's life. They have in for folks around me. So very much encourage you to do that if you can. I presented to the West San Jose Almaden Kiwanis Club about housing. This was I have a presentation I do with different service groups, and it's really great. It's just an opportunity to talk through the housing element, state housing laws, and kind of how residents can get involved in guiding projects in the most positive direction. And so really enjoyed that. I held my monthly community coffee at Purple Onion in Los Gatos. I talked with some small business employees, a couple folks from the nonprofit community, and perhaps most interestingly, during my coffee, I looked up and saw lots of blue and red flashing lights and was a little bit concerned until I realized that the Los Gatos Montecito Police Department was sending off our Los Gatos High School football team to Pasadena, where they competed in the state championships. They came up just short, just one field goal short, but it was a really good game and really cool to see. I don't know when I've ever heard of a local team competing in the state championships. We sure didn't when I played football at Lee, so that was really cool. I volunteered with the Street Dog Coalition, which is a really great nonprofit based partially in Los Gatos that helps, that basically provides veterinary services to homeless folks' dogs and cats, and it's a really good way to provide service to, not only the animals but also the humans, and it's a really great, fulfilling organization. And then I also participated in a West Valley Sanitation District meeting that was brief and uneventful.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. On 12/7, the VTA board met. I'm an alternate for the VTA board representing the West Valley cities. Our primary person that's been appointed to the VTA board representing the West Valley cities is a member from Campbell, Sergey Lopez, and he has been was elected at this meeting vice chair of the board. So assuming he will be chair next year representing the West Valley cities also. I'm also the chair of the Policy Advisory Committee for VTA, which is a group that has one member from every city represented to give advice to the board. So I get to give the Policy Advisory Committee's report to the board, which also I get to take little liberties. And in this case, I highlighted the recommendation from the Policy Advisory Committee to allow Los Gatos to transfer their funds from our Winchester project to our Kennedy Road project, and that was on their consent calendar, I believe it was, and passed. On 12/18, I attended the 21st Century Club holiday lunch, which had many elected officials. I was the only one from Los Gatos, and each elected official got to give a little update on their town or welcome or something like that. So I gave a brief update on what was new in Los Gatos to many of the other elected officials around the area, including some assembly members and supervisors and so forth. On 12/11, with now Councilmember Risto and I attended the Finance Commission, where the Finance Commission recommended the certification of the ACFR, the end of the year auditing report from the town. That's on our consent calendar tonight. On 12/13, Silicon Valley Clean Energy had an end of the year event where it started in the afternoon, where we had speakers and panel discussions about decarbonization, including our current state senator Cortese spoke, and our potential future state senator Josh Becker, assuming he gets reelected, as the redistricting moved us into his district, spoke on decarbonization. We then had dinner and a board meeting afterwards. Anything significant at the board meeting? Nothing special to report. And then on 12/18, also Silicon Valley Clean Energy, I'm on their risk oversight committee met.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hudes.
Thank you. On December 6th, I met with the Executive Committee of the Older Adults Thrive Foundation, and then along with all council members participated in commissioner interviews, and we selected folks for next year and several years beyond that. I observed the Finance Commission meeting on the 11th, and I met with the current chair of the Finance Commission. I've met with several developers and real estate brokers regarding upcoming developments. As probably folks are aware, we have 8 SB 330, of which I believe 6 are builder's remedy applications and pre-applications that are in process. I also attended the select committee that took place here. It was really, I think, at least that I know, it was really the first time we've had a hearing like that that was sponsored by our state representatives and senators on mental health issues and recognizing some of the unique challenges that we have on the west side of Santa Clara Valley, and it was really enlightening to hear practitioners and other folks about ideas that could improve that. And then I met with folks from the Lynn Avenue, Pinehurst neighborhood, and also with some of the folks who've been behind the ideas of the community garden, and listened to all of the ideas and issues that were raised in all of those. That's it.
Thank you. On December 7th, I met with Rob Stump, our resident fire expert, to discuss wildfire safety and potential funding for wildfire mitigation. On December 18th, I had an introductory meeting with our executive team in advance of my role in the upcoming year. They were very welcoming and supportive, and I look forward to working with them all. So thank you. Regretfully, the presentation of the Kiwanis Commendation was excluded from the printed agenda. Luckily, I can commend them on council matters and allow Ms. Prevetti to present the plaque to Ms. Pearson. And as she's presenting that, I'm going to start with the Kiwanis Club of Los Gatos being formed on December 20th of 1923, making it the oldest international service club in Los Gatos at 100 years. The Kiwanis Club of Los Gatos has performed numerous selfless acts of service, such as purchasing clothing for needy families, rehabilitating the bridges in Delgados Park, and participating in many cleanups at freeway interchanges, the Creek Trail, and other locations. The Kiwanis Club of Los Gatos presents turnaround scholarships to students from Los Gatos and Saratoga high schools, providing a path for at-risk high school graduates and seniors to continue their education, and has directly contributed to dozens of college graduate successes. Please join me in commending the Kiwanis Club of Los Gatos for its tireless service and giving to the community and residents of Los Gatos for a century. I now look to our town manager for her report.
Thank you and good evening. Just a short report. Town offices are closed starting on Friday, and we will reopen on January 2nd. The library is closed from December 22nd through the 25th and will be open from the 26th through the 28th of December, and then again closed the 29th of December through January 1st, reopening on January 2nd. Dispatch and all other safety personnel will be working, so please call in if you see or hear anything that needs to be reported. And with that, on behalf of the town, we wish everyone a safe and happy holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now move to our consent items. And consent items are items that are typically routine in nature and may be approved in one motion. and any member of the council can request to have an item removed from consent, and I'm looking to my council members and see no hands raised. Any member of the public can also comment on the consent items, and I don't see any hands raised to come forward on that. So that being said, I'm going to look to my council members for a motion. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I move to approve consent items 1 through 14 for approval. And I just wanted to make a little comment for item 7, which is authorizing the revenue and expenditure budget adjustment for the $50,000 to recognize County of Santa Clara grant receipt for case management for the unhoused. I want to give a thank you to County Supervisor Joe Simidian, who has been a steadfast champion for us, as well as the County Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
I will second that sentiment and the motion, and I'll also just quickly highlight how exciting it is we are going to have a new poet laureate in the town of Los Gatos.
Thank you. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. We'll now move to verbal communications, and members of the public are welcome to speak on any item that's not on the agenda. I do have some speaker cards for which an agenda item is not referenced. That would be Melanie Kemp. So do we wait on that, or is it just verbal communications for an item not on the agenda? I'm sorry, an item. Okay, that would be item 15. Travis Ignacio, this might be okay. Item verbal or? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry.
So that speaker, since that item's not listed on this agenda, that speaker could speak under verbal communications.
Okay, I'll pause for that just one moment. Julie Thorne, you're probably here for item number 15, Builder's Remedy. Okay, and Jay Plague, I believe it's one of the agenda items. Okay, so I'm assuming item number 15? Okay, all right, so I have 2 speaker cards. I'm going to start with Travis Ignacio.
We live on Blossom Valley Drive, and I'm a PG&E stockholder, and I well represent them. My brother has had issues in the past with Valley Water, legal issues, because there's flooding, a bunch of flooding and stuff like that, and this has all been happening. Most of it's been happening this year. I do maintain the easement behind there, and we both would object to a walkway when you don't have a walkway on Lynn. It's much safer. Your PG&E, or there's no lighting on Lynn. There's more traffic now because you put barriers in front of Union Avenue, so they're all coming behind, and it's just backing up. And the other day I took pictures, or like a video, and you can see kids zooming in and out. There's cars that go down Lynn, down Pinehurst, and up Blossom Valley, waiting to get in and out because it's so packed. It's very dangerous. I do have. When I grew up in Santa Clara. And went to high school there, and I do remember somebody getting hit in front of a crosswalk that lived right around the corner from me. So it does leave a real big scar. And then 2 months or 3 months later, my brother got hit because he was riding on the back of a motorcycle, and these accidents, and it left a really deep things. So I think you're legally bound to, if somebody dies or gets hit and stuff, you don't want that on your conscience. So, that would be the biggest thing. Another thing was there's because of there's poison in the where the water district and PG&E is. So I don't know how plants are. Nothing grows there. The flood issue, one other thing was that you already planted 4 trees right on the parkway. 3 of them died because of all this. I don't think the city didn't maintain those trees or the city property, because there's PG&E property and then there's city thing, and it's in between the gates is PG&E. Right outside is all, okay, sorry about that.
No, thank you. Well, that's very sweet. Thank you for doing that. Jay Play, you'll be next.
In a while, I don't know what I'm going to do without a podium. Can't hide behind it. I'd like to talk a little bit about SB9, just in general, and also a client that I have that I'm working on. So if you look at the handout that I gave you, the first 4 sheets, 1 through 4, 2, 3, and 4 of 4, and I can reference those. And I understand that you'll be going or making recommendations possibly in the coming year for modifications to some of the design guidelines. And that's what I'd like to address, and in particular, the 5-foot rule of the setback. So if you look at the illustration on 1 of 4, you can see how the second floor has to be set back from the first floor by 5 feet. And that setback has to be over living space. So in other words, we can't do a porch. There's many ways we can accomplish the offset, but this is the way that it's been dictated, and there's no exception to this rule. Again, this scale of this drawing is probably a 70-foot wide lot the way it came out, but in town you can imagine if this was a narrow lot, a 40-foot lot, how it would really pinch that upper level, and the proportions just would not be correct. And then on the second sheet, what happens in a rear yard, where we have to do that 5-foot offset, and that gives you the letter of the law. And then if you go to the other sheet, 3 of 4, and 4 of 4, it shows you options that should be acceptable, at least in my side as an architect, but they're not. So it's really tying our hands in what we can do, allocating spaces from the first floor to the second floor. And there are ways that we can mitigate this offset, just not the living space. So if you look at 3 of 4 on the right side of the drawing, there we have a porch. You can see how the porch creates offset to the second floor. Now, we can do that, and it works, but it's not allowed under the rules. So it ties our hands that we have to take that whole element and move it back, like on the left side, in a setback. So even if we're in compliance with our setback, like on the left side of that drawing, we still have to have that setback, so we have an even greater second floor setback, because it's mandated. If we could employ the idea of the porch to break up the massing, then that would be much more helpful, because it doesn't count as living space or floor area. So it's putting a cumbrance. Anyway, if you have any questions, please contact me. I'd love to talk to you further. And the second drawing set is an actual house that I designed, where we're facing this problem and been stuck. And my card is on there, and you can call me, and hopefully I can give you some input.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. I'm sorry, you can come back. Vice Mayor Hudes?
It was actually a question for town staff about this item. Is that permitted?
Looking at town staff,
Yes.
would that be allowable? Okay. Yes.
So I was just going to ask whether SB9 was on our strategic priorities or was something that we were planning to address in the upcoming year.
No, so the house.
This is a question for the town manager about whether we're going to address it.
Gotcha. I'm hard of hearing, so.
It is not one of the strategic priorities. However, there were some follow-up items from the last time council discussed it, so it's possible that council may see this again in the near future.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised, so thank you, Mr. Play. You can be seated.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, do we have any hands raised on Zoom for verbal communications?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Would anybody else in the room like to speak to us on an item that is not on tonight's agenda? Seeing no hands raised or no more speaker cards, I'm going to close verbal communications. I'm sorry?
We had a last minute hand. Karen Rubio.
Okay. Go ahead, Karen. Ms. Rubio, we can't hear you.
So sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
You have.
Shoot. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hope you can hear me. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Please be quiet. I would like to make a statement in, you know what, I'm sorry. I submitted a comment already. Sorry.
Okay, we have 2 minutes remaining, and I'm having difficulty hearing you.
Ms. Rubio has dropped off.
Okay. All right, we will close verbal communications and move to our first public hearing, which is item number 15, and that is to review and discuss the draft revised 2023-20 through 2031 housing element, and I am looking to Ms. Shootman to provide us with a report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. This agenda item provides the council with an opportunity to discuss the housing element, the December 1st HCD comment letter, and additional matters with town staff and the housing element consultant, Veronica Tam, who is joining the meeting this evening remotely. On December 13th, town staff and the consultant met with HCD to discuss the December 1st comment letter. Feedback was provided on topics such as the affirmatively furthering fair housing analysis, actions to promote housing mobility, refinement to the language of the housing element overlay ordinance, refinement to specific implementation program language, and an evaluation of the town's parking requirements. During the meeting, town staff also received feedback that the modifications to the town's story pole policy made by the council at its December 5th meeting did seem to address the intent of HCD's comment to provide cost-effective measures. Based on the December 1st HCD comment letter, staff expects to provide revisions to the Housing Element Advisory Board in mid-January for their review and consideration. A tentative schedule for the Housing Element and future work was outlined on page 4 of your report this evening. Staff is recommending that additional Planning Commission and Council hearings for adoption of a draft revised Housing Element be conducted at a future date and to refer the item back to the Housing Element Advisory Board. A desk item was circulated today with public comment as well as staff's responses to council member questions. This completes our presentation. However, staff and the housing element consultant are available for questions.
Thank you. Before I open it up for public comment, I'm going to look to my fellow council members to see if they have questions for staff at this time, which I will allow Vice Mayor Hudes to ask his questions.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Manager, for putting the housing element on the agenda for discussion and for making the housing consultant available for the first time for the council. And thank you to staff for continuing to work on the challenge of getting the housing element certified by the state. I know it must be disappointing to you and frustrating to make 4 or 5 submissions and have the state refuse 4 times to certify our housing element. My first question is for the housing consultant, and I read the staff report on page 1835, attachment 14. What I'm interested in, and this is a matrix of the comments, I believe there are 11 discrete comments from the state, and so I'm interested in the housing consultant's perspective on which of these are A, straightforward, B, moderately complex, or C, challenging, or there's no precedent for them. Would it be possible to go and give your perspective on those 11 comments?
Hi, this is Veronica. Apologize having to attend this remotely, but since I'm having a flu, so I'm going to turn keep my camera off. In terms of the comments received from the HCD letter, I think I would not categorize any of these comments as unprecedented. Your community is being viewed as a fairly affluent community, and so the comments that you're receiving in the housing element are fairly consistent with some of the similar communities that I have worked with. And give you a few examples would be San Ramon, Danville, Los Altos Hills, and San Mateo. And so these are comments that are pretty consistent with what we're seeing. And sometimes, unfortunately, as the housing element cycles move deeper into the timeline, HCD's review standard might change in a sense that they're looking for more because you're past the deadline. But in terms of the nature of the comments, they are pretty consistent. Based on the conversations that we had with HCD on December 13, I would not necessarily categorize anything as particularly challenging either. I think we have a pathway to responding to HCD's comments relating to their request to promote mobility. Mobility meaning to promote housing choices in terms of types of housing and also location in housing. There are some land use policies that we can draw onto and turn them into implementation actions that can address mobility issues. HCD also provided the suggestions that we look into the city of Pleasanton and Walnut Creek for their mobility programs. And we have looked at that. We have already incorporated some of that into the revised housing element that we're working on right now. And we are also incorporating a home sharing program, for example. That's something that HCD has been asking for a lot of communities that are considered quote unquote exclusive. That is to help homeowners lease out their properties for maybe ADUs and JADUs, how to lease out the properties to other households. So we feel that there is a pathway. There are slightly more difficult ones. Well, I wouldn't call it difficult, but you actually preempted to some extent those comments. The one that we felt was quite difficult was story poles, but this council has anticipated this issue and provided some resolution, particularly allowing for certain types of housing to utilize 3D visualization in place of story poles. So I think that particular suggestion was accepted by the state. The state also gave us some, there is comments about certainly development standards, particularly height and lot coverage. Those have, and parking, we have already included program language in the draft housing element to address parking. The zoning revision has already proposed change to height and also lot coverage. Those are things that HCD has not seen before. And we also got the permission, I shouldn't say permission, but the state also suggested to us that there are different ways to look at height, and we think there is also a pathway to that too. So I think there are some programs that requires just specifications. There are certainly programs that they want us to be like specific about which finding CUP findings for approval would be considered constraining. In the original housing element, we say some may be, but then they want us to provide a more definite response. So there are some programs that we definitely have to do more specific actions. But however, I think based on our December 13 conversation with HCD, we think there is a pathway there.
Vice Mayor Hudis.
Thank you, and I think you covered a lot of ground. I guess in terms of the council engaging more in this, I am interested in the 11 comments, and I wonder if, as a follow-up, you could provide us with your prioritization of those, and would it, in terms of, is it straightforward? Is it moderately complex? And I think you've already said that none of them are very difficult or not a precedent, but certainly with 11 comments, it would be useful to get a prioritization on them. And so, and I think you've covered that a bit verbally, but I'm wondering if you could follow up by noting your assessment of the complexity of those 11 comments.
Yeah, certainly I can work with staff to provide more of a written response to that. And we do intend to provide revisions to the housing element, and by that would be available to the council to look at, I think, in future meetings.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie?
Thank you. If I could follow up a little bit, one area that looks new to me in their comments, they've been, since the beginning, for our first submission, they talked about the RCAA, the racially concentrated areas of affluence, that we're special, our whole town is an RCAA, we need to do extra things. Most of what the comments before were, you need to describe it and, as you said, have some implementation programs. But in these comments, it seems like all of a sudden that they've moved the goalpost a little bit on us, and I'm concerned that unless I don't completely understand implementation programs, you mentioned implementation actions for mobility, and in here they do talk about mobility. Let me just read it here for everybody. It says, these conditions and circumstances, the RCAA, warrant significant and robust actions not limited to RENA to promote housing mobility, as you mentioned, increase housing choices and affordability throughout the town, including lower density neighborhoods. And it says actions should be added and revised with aggressive numeric targets, so forth. And again, it says in lower density neighborhoods. Examples: create more housing choices, affordability in single family neighborhoods beyond complying with the law, meaning not just counting on SB 9 and ADU law. And it says such as missing middle housing types, targeting affordable housing funding, home sharing, and so forth. When I read this, it sounds like they almost want more sites from us, or they want zoning changes or something. How is this addressed by implementation programs? Because I'm concerned that we're not going to fully address this, and we will be back for another round after our next submission.
Yeah, let me actually, and staff can help me categorize or characterize these changes. In most cases that we have run into similar communities, like I said, Danville, San Mateo, Los Altos Hills, and San Ramon, and all of that, they do ask for promoting different types of housing in locations that is not just your arena sites, and so that it can expand opportunities throughout the community. That one, that type of changes in the housing element so far has not been required to be site specific. And so we're not, none of the jurisdictions that we have worked with were required to identify additional specific sites to meet this missing middle housing requirement. So it's more a policy and standpoint. What we have discussed with staff is that there are land use policies that that's been reviewed by the city council before that we can draw on to introducing a specific, maybe like at a later point you can decide how you want to implement that, but that you would implement some of the land use policy, a couple of the land use policy that introduces different housing types in certain low to medium density neighborhoods. The other thing that we have incorporated or we propose to incorporate is the home sharing program. This is something that is included in the city's letter, and that's also something that's been requested of a lot of jurisdictions to maybe work with a nonprofit to help lower income households be able to link them to available units such as ADUs or JADUs in a single family neighborhood, so that when they rent it, they have a bigger range of options, that they're aware of a bigger range of options or locations that they can go into by having a nonprofit coordinate that. That's really the nature of that type of program. So far, for all the jurisdictions we've worked with, we have not had to specifically identify sites at this point. It's more a zoning and policy implementation that you would have the opportunity to fine tune in the future.
Okay, so I thank you. I look forward to seeing what those ideas are and how they're going to address this. If I could have sort of a second question, that's a little
yes,
different.
and then I'll have Councilmember Moore speak up after you.
Okay, so my second question, which is sort of related to this, one of the things through several of the submissions, they kept asking us for justification on why our sites would develop. And in this last submission, you helped us, it looks like, get rid of all those. I see nothing in here anymore, saying we haven't given enough evidence on why a site is going to develop. But related to that, when again, we're kind of frustrated. We're at submission 3 or 4 here, and we're not certified. And I look back at a lot of the other cities that were able to certify early. They had much higher buffers than us, and I'm wondering if there's some sort of relation between, having a larger buffer and not needing as much description on why something's going to develop. And are we past that, or we eventually need to think about a larger buffer? We've been trying to kind of thread the needle of what's required and not overdoing it, and I'm wondering if we are in the wrong place to actually get final certification. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't think having a bigger buffer is the issue anymore. Of course, a bigger buffer is beneficial to a town like yours because of the no net loss requirement as sites are being developed. We know that sites are going to be primarily not affordable, even though technically we're allowed to count them towards affordable. But when they're developed, they're not likely to be as affordable. So having a bigger buffer will help you in the future, but it's not, at this point, just like you said, we have completely dismissed all the comments relating to adequate sites, except for one comment that asked us to talk a little bit about small sites and why they're conducive to consolidation, which I think staff is providing some additional language. However, we don't rely on those sites for our low-income MENA anyway. So I don't think that having more sites is going to make a difference right now. The comments that we are getting right now, it looks long, but if you take a look at the letter, the first couple of pages and the last page is like a lot of it is boilerplate language, but if you look at the actual program comments right now, they're very specific. They're just narrowing it down to HCD wants to have certainty of how you're going to fix certain codes and what you're going to do with your program. So all the comments that we are seeing right now is really narrowing it down to like fine tuning. So I don't think having more sites is going to help you get certified at this point, but it will help you when you're implementing your housing element in the future.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for being here. And I don't know if this is more appropriate for a question of the consultant or staff, so I'll just pose this. So kind of going off of the last couple of questions, I really want to drill into what we as a council, it sounds like the staff still has a lot of work cut out for them, unfortunately, because of this latest letter we received. So I want to try to understand what we as a council need to do. And so I'm hearing that there are potential land use policies we need to change, and then this parking one is also interesting, I guess. I'm trying to understand if these are things that need to be changed by this council before we can obtain certification, or if these are things that we need to get more specific about in the plan. Because it seems like with the story polls, because we changed it as a council, we got further, right? We did more, right? We're closer. And I'm wondering if these land use policies and parking minimums and some of the, you're talking about, pathways forward on height and zoning, I want to understand if that's something we need to do, next month or over the course of the implementation of the housing element.
Thank you for the question. I'll start and any other staff members can jump in. Really this evening, it's the council's opportunity to review the comment letter from HCD, provide any recommendations to staff based on that comment letter, any suggestions that we can incorporate into the housing element that we'll then be bringing to the Housing Element Advisory Board next month.
And thank you. I'll follow on. Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. So these will be in programs, so they will be future modifications.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
And just as a quick follow-up to that, so we just need to get more specific in kind of what we're telling HCD about what we're going to do for instance, height or parking?
So thank you again for the question. So regarding parking, we actually specifically talked to them. And right now we have something like study and consider changes. It's basically study and make changes. So it's just the language for the commitment that we are going to look into the issue and make changes.
Okay, great. So these are future things that the council will need to do, but not necessarily before certification. Great. Thank you.
Further questions? Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. And I know we have to go to the public still. Most of my council members have asked some of the questions I was thinking about. I do want to thank Ms. Tam for being here and our staff for continuing this work. I guess one question is, how much certainty do we have that these comments reflect all of the concerns that HCD has, given that sometimes concerns have come up that we hadn't seen before? So how can we get that assurance so that we know if we robustly address all of these 11 comments that we know what the finish line looks like?
Thank you for that. I will attempt, and then the director can follow up. As far as staff is concerned, the December 1st comment letter is a thorough review of the staff's most recent submittal. Obviously, once we are prepared to resubmit to HCD based on this new information, there is the possibility that they could have new questions based on that information.
Okay, and I guess the other concern I have is, given, a discussion of where we could add multifamily housing, like duplexes, et cetera, into single-family home neighborhoods, and that we do not have to identify sites. I think we started out on the path with SB 9 of thinking that we could generally say there will be some SB 9 distribution of housing, and then it came back essentially with other communities and here that you have to identify sites, which is almost impossible. So what is our certainty, and I don't know if this is for Ms. Tam or for our staff, that we really don't have to identify sites where we would allow duplexes, fourplexes, missing middle housing?
Thank you for that question. I'll allow the consultant to address that first.
There currently, you have land use policies where you talked about in your land use element, which talks about incorporating small multi-family housing in low and high density residential destinations. And that was not incorporated in the housing element before. And so what we plan to do is to incorporate that as a future action that the city will implement that particular land use policy.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. And then one more follow-on to that for the consultant. How much is the referendum a risk to this? I mean, if we identify areas where we want to increase some housing in single-family neighborhoods, and then the referendum's on the ballot and it passes, does that negate any work we do, or how do we work around that? Because we need to get to a solution before November of 2024.
So the referendum is addressing existing legislation. So it's the existing 2040 land use element, and I forget the name of the other element, but it's addressing existing legislation. And so the town council retains the ability to adopt new legislation. For instance, this housing element is a piece of legislation. And so the town council retains the ability to adopt a new housing element that can be referendum, but that would happen in the future. So the existing referendum doesn't affect the current work of the council.
Okay, so as a follow-on, if we need to make some changes to our community design element or our land use of the 2020 version, that is not impacted by...
Yeah, that's not prohibited by the fact that there's a referendum. Those changes could in turn be referended in the future, but they're not part of the existing referendum. Or they're not covered by the existing referendum.
And if they were referended in the future, and I realize I'm getting theoretical, would that then knock our housing element out of certification?
There's so many steps because they would go on the ballot and it would have to determine what happened during the election. I think I don't have an answer for you on that tonight.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a technical question for the consultant. I heard a comment that we've had 3 to 4 submissions, but I think really we've had 5 submissions that have failed. With that, the one that we submitted on November 28th, Ms. Tam, was that subject to the AB 215 requirements? So technically we've had 5 failed drafts. So our next one will be a 6th.
Well, actually, I don't know. I'm a little okay. I'm not entirely sure the question about it. The housing element is always subject to AB 215 regardless. I guess we have always complied with AB 215 requirements to provide the 7-day review prior to submitting to HCD. And that AB 215 is not contingent about how many times you have submitted the housing element. But essentially, AB 215 says prior to any formal submittal back to HCD, you have to provide a 7-day public review, and we have been we will continue to comply with that.
Well, I need to be clear, so I understand it to be that we've had 5 failed submissions, so our next one would be a 6th. And I just want to be clear because members of the community might ask, and I want to be accurate when I speak or need to clarify. Unless staff wants to clarify that comment, am I safe? And
Yeah, thank you for that. If we do include the mid-cycle submission on November 28th, that would have been the town's 5th submittal to HCD.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Hudes.
Is there a limit on the number of submissions that you can make before the process changes?
Thank you for that question. I'll allow the consultant to answer that.
Yeah, no, there isn't. I think the unfortunate thing too is this round of the housing element submittal is so much. The scrutiny is such a high standard from HCD, and they are severely understaffed that we were not able to engage in more informal discussions or meetings with them prior to submitting the housing element, and that's probably the reason why a lot of communities are going through the same type of process we are. In the past, they usually offer courtesy meetings and discussions to facilitate or to guide the revisions, but because there are so many jurisdictions working so hard on their certification and HCD is understaffed, most of us do not enjoy have the leisure of meeting with HCD more frequently. But there are no limitations into the number of times, but I think the goal should be to get certainty next round before we do the adoption.
Further questions from council members before I open public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to open public comment, and my first speaker card is Richard Cananan. And that will be followed by Chris Bajorek.
Thank you, Mayor, for putting the housing element as the first item on the agenda in the public hearing section. Until we get it approved, this is our top priority, and I appreciate it being first on the list so everybody can hear about it. And thank you, Matthew Hudes, for distributing this email this week, which is so densely packed with information regarding the housing element. The citizens of Los Gatos need all of this information just to be able to discuss this topic, and we were having a hard time finding all of it. One of the state requirements is that the Los Gatoses be kept informed so they can be part of the final solutions instead of being surprised by them. Providing this list of the 8 largest projects currently on the books is particularly helpful. I felt for the last 2 years that the town manager and the town council did not do enough to prioritize obtaining state approval on the housing element. Instead of adding more staff to help get the housing element approved in a timely fashion, you used town staff to work on projects which actually created even more of a delay in obtaining state approval. Now we are paying the price, as the lack of approvals allowed developers to proceed with projects using the builder's remedy that clearly exceed the town's normal standards for construction and will damage the small town character of Los Gatos. Along with those who signed the petition, I support creating a plan which allows us to meet the 1993 unit state requirement over the next 8 years, but I also support the number 1 land use goal to preserve, promote, and protect the existing small town character and quality of Los Gatos. I hope that we can all work together to achieve both of those goals. Thank you for allowing me to express my opinion.
Thank you. Chris Bajorek, and that will be followed by Angela D. Berardino.
Thank you for giving me the time. I don't know where to start. I've been watching this process and listening to it and attending some of your meetings for over a year. I'm flabbergasted by the lack of progress. This is moving at glacial speed. I'm astounded by the fact that you seem to be handling this in an incremental manner. This is the most urgent matter facing the town. The town is being raped by these developers with these proposals, and we are just dealing with it as if this was normal business. Earlier today, you discussed what you did since the last meeting, right? Only one of you talked about having spent time on the housing element plan. You did all sorts of stuff, right? But none of you worked on the housing element plan. I'm also astounded by the fact that our consultant, this is a very important meeting, apparently this is the first time the consultant is meeting with you, and is not here in person. What kind of consultant is this? And what kind of way is this of running this business? Any other company faced with this issue in Silicon Valley would lock you all up in a room and not open the door till you emerge from that room with a housing element plan. What I'm hearing here is that we're going to waste another year, right? We're talking about months to deal with these 11 questions, right? And then what, another year before we deal with the state, we engage with the state? This is not a way to run this urgent matter. Why can't you turn this into an urgent task force that involves the staff, the planning board, and yourselves, and literally lock yourselves up in a room? We have the holidays coming up, so it's a little bit difficult, but come January 2nd, lock yourselves up in a room and don't leave the room till you have a passable housing elements plan. That's what I would do if I was running the town. That's what I recommend you do as the current mayor. Herd these people into a room and don't let them out till you have a workable solution. And lock the consultant in you with yourselves till you get it done. That's how this needs to be handled. Thank you.
We will throw away the key, and we will discuss a plan after public comment, if we have a plan. All right, Angela D. Berardino. Thank you.
Okay, well, I must say I agreed thoroughly with the two gentlemen ahead of me. And I've had to tone down what I wanted to say because I'm pretty unhappy with exactly what they were talking about and the slow progress. In addition, why have all these meetings been canceled over this time? And why have 3 out of 2 people constantly been naysaying on certain things? Now, I may be wrong, but that's sort of the impression I've gotten over the last months. And wanting much more in terms of housing than we really need, okay? And I think right there, that has to go away. So the state is only giving us a certain number. Why do we want to go beyond that and make a mess? It would change the entire town. And I mean, I have only been living here 20 years, okay? But I like what I see. And these builders, this remedy is driving me crazy. Now, I don't know where that came from. However, that needs to be dealt with. And if somebody says to me that the post office building, which is going to be turned into X number of floors, is not going to change the town, I mean, I would probably scratch their eyes out. It makes me really angry. We do not need that kind of thing going on in this town. I want it to stay the way it is. So please, please vote to do something reasonable and get this thing done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Melanie Kemp, followed by Julie Thorne. Julie Thorne will not be speaking. So that'll be Lee Fago after Melanie Kemp.
Thank you very much. You know, one of the advantages of being the last to speak tonight, or one of the last ones, is I can say ditto to a lot of the people that spoke before me. I wanted to address the town council here with two areas of concern, really. One of them is the lack of communication that we have had in some of these neighborhoods down here that are going to be greatly affected by the 8 proposed developments that we have. I live off of Alberta Way, which is in the middle of 4 subdivisions of Pueblo de los Gatos, Las Casitas, the Los Gatos Commons, which is a community of over 55 age, and then Bella Vista Village. And I want to tell you that when we went through this process several years ago for the 405 Alberta Way development, we had a lot more communication. We had a lot more meetings with the neighborhood to address the proposed plans. We successfully were able to modify that plan to something that was more amenable to the community. And this time around, I live within a few hundred yards of 405 Alberta Way and Los Gatos Lodge, and we have had no texts, we have had no postcards, we've had no notifications. I found out through a back door that I could go on to the town website and go into the Notify Me link to get notified of these meetings, which I have done. I have even reached out to the presidents of all 4 homeowners associations saying, please get this out to your homeowners here to let them know what's going on. Because with this housing element situation, which, by the way, people don't even know what that term means. You need to know that. People don't even know what builder's remedy is. If you ask them to find that, so few people here in the town of Los Gatos know what that even means. So we need to get more communication out here to the public. I've attended a couple of these town council meetings. I have Zoomed a couple of times. I went to a meeting that the previous mayor and Matthew Hudes kindly presented to the Los Gatos Commons. And I will tell you, it's very difficult for people in this community to get their hands around how much this housing element and the builder's remedy is affecting us, and it's going to affect us greatly here in the next couple of years. So I ask that somehow the town put together some kind of informational meeting or communication to let people know what this mandate from the state means, how long it's been on the books, how long it's going to take for the housing element to be approved now that it's already been through 5 disapprovals, so that the community is more informed about what's going on here. My neighbors are inundated with emails. They're not inclined to go on to notify me. They're not inclined to come to the meetings, and when they do, I will tell you, sitting through this meeting, you all know what you're doing amongst you, but it's Greek to a lot of people out here.
Yeah, I'm going to have to stop you. I thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Leafa, go. Followed by Lisa Harris.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight as a longtime citizen of the town of Los Gatos. Love it here. For my wife and I, this is the 11th residence, 11th house, 11th site we've lived in, including 3 other countries, and we love it here. And again, I'm not representing any group other than myself and my wife. And I also agree with the comments from all of the previous speakers. With 5 failed submissions, a lack of proper guidance from the council to manage the process is very evident. And that you're not managing the calendar of the ongoing sequence of review by the General Plan Committee, the Housing Element Advisory Board, the town staff, and yourselves, and any other committees. This lack of oversight of the staff and the consultant, with tonight being the first time the consultant was actually heard by the council members, is offensive. We are out of compliance with the state's housing guidance, ranging from lack of transparency and public notice for citizen comment. Again, manage the calendar. Things are out of sequence, trying to do the general plan before the housing element is done, all of that. that this has allowed the builder's remedy to come in since the prior and plans have not been accepted. So someone was asking, what is the builder's remedy? It's a California law that allows developers to bypass local zoning when the jurisdiction is not compliant with the state housing requirements. So that's an impact that's going to affect the whole community. What you're seeing, hopefully soon, will be image of what the proposal is for the North 40, a 93-foot high building, series of buildings that are just monoliths that don't look anything like the town of Los Gatos. And that's going to be the entranceway coming from north into the town. On the south way coming in, off of into the town, the post office site. That is going to be 73 feet high for that new building, and it's going to eliminate a lot of the parking and the ambiance of that area. From the town plaza, where a lot of nice events occur that the town puts on, you won't be able to see the hillsides. It's going to totally change the character of the town. Please, as council, take responsibility, accountability, and manage the committees, the commissions, the town staff who work pretty hard at helping us all be informed and participate, but manage them so that they are better able to provide the right input for completing a housing element and making it submitted on time and accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Lisa Harris. And this is our last speaker. Well, I see another one on the way.
Hi, I've lived here for over 20 years and I love Los Gatos. However, I am really concerned. We've paid over $300,000 in consulting fees, and we have failed the housing element plan for the 5th time now. And it really concerns me because it exposes us to builder's remedy. The 8 proposals that we have are just unbelievable. And our land use goal number 1 is to preserve, promote, and protect the existing small town character and quality of life within Los Gatos. And when I'm looking at some of these builder's remedy proposals, for example, the post office, 7 stories high, our town is a historic town. It is a treasure, and it's like a gut, it's a punch to the gut to even think that we would have a building that large dominating the skyline there. North 40, same thing. Gatos, I used to live in Gatos. Rob Moore, you're from Gatos. It kills me to think that a builder is going to come in and put 30 units in this neighborhood that's been there since 1965. It's disgusting. Capri fruit stand, 12 stories. I'm shocked. People can't even imagine what 12 stories looks like until they drive to another part of Silicon Valley and look at 12-story high buildings. Go to downtown San Jose. That's what it's going to look like, people. Ace Hardware, 7 stories. The list goes on and on. So, and it's frustrating to me because a lot of the times when there have been town votes, and a lot of us are in support of the 1,993 mandated units, there always seems to be a 3-2 vote. And I find it very discouraging because it seems like the town council is not working together. And I feel like some of those votes are not respecting and reflecting, preserving, promoting, and protecting our small town character. I'm worried that our town is going to become a hot mess if people don't start getting together and considering what our town is going to look like in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Quintana.
Hi, I don't have a set speech I want to give. I'm just going to make some comments as to responses as I was listening to what was going on. Number one, I like to say that while this process has been weird and prolonged, this is not the only time that the town has had a problem getting its housing element approved in an expeditious manner. In the 2007 to 2015 period, the housing element wasn't certified until 2012. So, you know, obviously the town needs to, at the end, in my opinion, at the end of this process, the town needs to sit down and really go through what went wrong with the process so that the next time maybe we don't have such a prolonged, protracted process. Couple of just odd things that popped into my mind as I was listening. The question of more medium density housing. Right now, one of our problems is that we have a large area that's designated as R1D, RD, and multifamily around the downtown core, which would allow more than one unit. However, RD allows one or duplex, but you have to have an 8,000 square foot lot. Most of the lots in the R1D district don't have 800 square foot lots. RD also are smaller lots. They have to be 800. They're also largely in the downtown area, and in fact, most of the lots are not that size. In the case of RD, which is multifamily duplex, you can still build a single family house. Same thing on RD1, which is the downtown residential duplex area. You can build a single family house. You're not required to meet the duplex. Same thing with multifamily 5 to 12. You can build a single family house or a duplex. All of those limit the possibility of that zoning designation actually producing duplexes or triplexes. Question about the home sharing. I thought the home sharing referred to a method by which there was a group that could match homeowners who would like to have a roommate or something of that sort, not just renting of ADUs and that kind of thing. I think the town used to sorry, I speak slow, so I don't seem to get enough said in the amount of time that I'm given. Talking about the town used to be involved in match. I don't know if it still is.
Ms. Quintana, you can submit written comments and we will read them. Thank you. One more speaker card, and it's from Tony Alarcon.
Council, town staff, I just wanted to make a comment public so everyone else could hear it. AB 1033 was passed in California October 2023. That law allows for ADUs to be sold separately. It's a hotbed mess in terms of how to do that legally with existing lenders. But I just heard the town manager and staff say this was not a priority to look at ADUs. This is something specifically that should be a priority because this will satisfy part of the moving requirement from the HCD. This would also allow a more affordable unit to be sold. As an example, if an 800 square foot ADU was being sold, it would not be a $2 million unit. It would probably be more towards the North 40, but more in the downtown core, which the HCD also mentions in their letter to us. So this is something I think that should be on our radar. It's something I would like town staff to take a look at. And, you know, we're all frustrated here in town. There are different ways to create affordable housing. And I've mentioned before about the Mills Act. I know there's been comments about the Mills Act not being favorable with some of the town council members and some of the other planning commissions. I look at the Mills Act as something that the town can create its own policy to satisfy some comments which in the HCD. Move a building into the Mills Act which saves a property tax, it lowers the property tax basis. It's meant to help the property owner maintain the building. What we could do, many of these units have rental units in them. Require 25% of those rental units to be low income, one low income unit, one medium income unit. That will increase our more affordable stock in town. It's a tax trade-off. And there are a lot of different longtime residents in town that have these on Los Gatos Boulevard. There's one between Highway 9 and Loma Alta that is owned by a nonprofit that rents to very low-income and challenged people. It's on the left side when you're coming in towards the high school. It's yellow, and I don't remember what the trim is, but I can give you the address if anyone is curious. So it's those kinds of creative thinking that we can do, that we can show to the HCD that we're making an effort. And so, again, I would like to also say that you all represent us. You represent the town of Los Gatos. You don't represent people that are outside of the town, the county, or the state. And I would ask you to keep that in mind and help preserve our town.
Thank you. I see no hands raised. I'm going to look to Ms. DeLong. Do we have any hands raised on Zoom?
We have one hand raised on Zoom. Ron Meyer.
Okay. Mr. Meyer, we're ready for you.
Okay. I'm going to concur with many of the previous speakers. And I also want to let everybody else in the room know I've been following this process from the beginning. It has been mismanaged from the beginning. And as the process was getting more convoluted and wasting $180,000 with the previous consultants and then having to replace them with the current consultants and spending more money with the current consultants and still not achieving a satisfactory housing element for approval, and watching the 3-2 votes that have continuously frustrated both the residents like myself and 2 out of the 5 town council members in terms of wanting to provide oversight and management of the process. I'm only going to say there are 3 town council members where you want to lay the blame, and they exist with the previous mayor, Rob Moore, and Rob Rennie. They have been quoted by people as wanting to change the character of the town of Los Gatos. And they are the ones who are perpetuating this incompetence in the process and mismanaging this process from the beginning. In addition, it's my opinion the town manager is in cahoots with these 3. And so consequently, we are in the position because of incompetence, mismanagement, and out deliberate attempts to change Los Gatos to the detriment of the citizens and the residents of Los Gatos. I don't know how else to say this, but I'm saying it directly because that's my observation. Those are the facts from my perspective, and I'd be willing to bet you there are other residents who have been witnessing this process, like myself, who have that same opinion. In addition, the referendum was referenced by the previous mayor as being a convoluted or not the right way to do things. Well, it's at the discretion of the people now relative to the referendum, and it's guaranteed by the state constitution, which obviously she hasn't read. So in my opinion, if you want to lay blame, it's with Rob Moore, Rob Rennie, and Maria Ristow. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. DeLong, do we have any further hands on Zoom that wish to speak?
There are no further hands.
All right, I'm looking to the audience. If you could fill out a speaker card and please come forward. And as you come forward, if you could state your name.
Rich Dobner. Good evening. My name is Rich Dobner. I live in the Gatos, Bellwood neighborhood. We are on the list, the Hot 8 list that Matthew Hudis is aware of. And we have gathered our neighborhood together. We have approximately 400 houses in our extended neighborhood. We have 600 voting I won't call them constituents because I'm not responsible for them in that 600 of your constituents, I would say. We've raised tens of thousands of dollars to prepare for litigation for the Mirsou School development through this whole SB 330 and housing development situation that I know actually has fallen into your laps. Probably not what you were hoping for during your tenure here in the town of Los Gatos, but you do have the responsibility to manage it and deal with it. And it just seems to me that you've been provided all the data tonight by my friends here in the audience, so I won't go down that path. But we've got 8 developments now that a lot of people are having a problem with, and if we don't close this loophole at your will, then we're going to have 16 or 24. As time passes, there'll be more opportunity. The developers smell blood in the water, and they're going for it. They're business people, and I understand that. I'm a business person myself. So we just hope that you are quickly responsible, and we're ready to use our funding, our tens of thousands of dollars, to put up a fight where we have to and rally our votes and put our votes that preserve the town. So I've been here since '68. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking to the audience for any further comments from anybody that might want to fill out a card and come forward, and I don't see any, so I'm going to close public testimony, and I'm going to look to my fellow council members, starting with Council Member Rennie for comments.
Thank you. I'll just start up with some comments, kind of responding to what we've been hearing. I think one speaker was worried that we're not working working on the housing element enough. I would say stopping builder's remedy is my top priority. It's been my top priority. There may be some difference in opinion on how to get that done fastest. I am in either the town manager or the town attorney's office probably every week or twice a week, asking how can we speed this up? How can we get it right this next time without comments from HCD? Usually we don't talk about every time we meet with staff. That did remind me that I did have a meeting that I didn't talk about. I think in response to Mr. Alarcon's suggestion last time on the post office building, I did go search out the representative for that developer and said, what can I do to lop off some floors of this building to make this a better project? I didn't report that. I'd kind of forgotten because it actually wasn't on my calendar. I was walking by and saw that person in their office, and so I went in and tried to start that discussion. So again, the builder's remedy projects drive me crazy. These 3-2 votes that I think some council members are trying to promote as us dragging out the process, I've actually voted every time I thought something was going to lengthen the process, I voted against it. And this is a difference of opinion, but there's been a lot of discussion of, do we let the consultant and the staff do the work and get it done, or do we keep bringing it back to us to review? And we're not really the experts, right? We need to in my opinion, let the experts work on it, get it done, and then bring it back to us, but not have a bunch of intermediate steps. And we're talking about managing them, but that's actually, in a lot of cases, going to slow it down. We have been managing the last time, well, a few council members, actually, the last 2 times we've talked about this at council, we've talked specifically about schedules, what's the fastest we can get done, what's going to happen. So I think we're working through that. The challenge is HCD, when we meet with them, we think we've got it right, and then their comments don't seem to correlate. So we need to somehow get past that, which one of the things that I did last council meeting is, for example, HCD keeps saying, you've got constraints. And their comments are, we won't certify this because we think you've got a constraint you need to take care of. So, for example, last council meeting, story poles was one that's specifically listed in the last one that's a constraint to housing. So, a couple, I think three or four of us voted to change the story pole so that ordinance so that HCD would certify our housing element. We've since had a discussion with them and showed them what we did. They're saying, yes, it looks good. I don't believe anything from them until it comes in writing because they've said this before. But we did have council members that voted against it. Well, what's going on is, people have said we need to preserve the character of our town. The problem here is we're kind of walking the edge of a knife in this. If, HCD is saying remove constraints, well, that means allow more things to change in town. Well, we want to try to manage how things change in town, and we want to be careful. And, some of our decisions have maybe erred on the, don't let things change, like voting against changing a constraint, for example. But it can also, on the other side, it's slowing down our certification of the housing element, which can result in these awful builder's remedies projects. So again, this is a difficult knife edge. Do we allow a little more flexibility and change that might allow HCD to hurry up and certify this, or do we try to walk closer to the edge and it might take longer and more builder's remedies projects come in? So these are the decisions that the council members are kind of coming down on different sides of. So again, I'd say stopping builder's remedy project is my top priority. One thing I want to suggest to the mayor, and it's not really being suggested by staff, we take this attitude that we just need to describe it in a program that we're going to do later, and it'll be good enough. And HCD is saying, will then say, okay, fine, we'll certify you. But what I see over and over is, they say, you need to address the constraint, this program, whatever the comment is, and then we write something, and sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not. So again, because I think we need to get this done as fast as possible, and the timeline we saw is HCD's response back to us is not going to be till the end of March based on this timeline. Even after we submit, we can be completing things to show HCD what they are. So again, this was an example, like instead of putting in a program that says we're going to modify our story poles, and maybe HCD says, well, I'd like more explanation of how you're going to do it. Instead, we did it, and now they're saying, yeah, that looks good, it's done. I'm not going to comment on it anymore. I think we should try to work on some of the things that are in here and actually get them done versus just writing the plan. That way we know, HCD will know, like changing the North 40 specific plan, for example. That's sort of an easy one. We do have limited time, but look at some of these ones that might have more chance of HCD saying, well, I want some more detail on your plan on how you're going to do this. Well, if we can just do it between now and when HCD comes back with their final written comments, I think we reduce the risks of yet another round after that. So I would ask the mayor to think about working with staff, which of these things on this list that we want to put in a plan to do later could we actually do now so we know we get something off the table for HCD to reject us on.
I understand. We need to roll up our sleeves and collectively work together. I'm going to call on Vice Mayor Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Councilmember Rennie that limiting builder's remedy is a top priority and should be and should have been. And so when we talk about steps to limit, the real step would have been to adopt a housing element in 2022 that was certified by California, or at the latest in early 2023. We actually knew the numbers that we were going to get from ABAG, the 1,993, there were estimates of 2,000 and all of that, we could very well have adopted a housing element and engaged in that process, and that would have stopped builder's remedy. I want to kind of come back to the idea of getting the council more involved in the process. I think it's very important that the council be much more engaged in this going forward. And I think it's important not just having a housing element that's certified, but in looking at the impact and what has happened with developers. In combing through the website, I did find that there are 8 proposals, and of those, 6 are citing builder's remedy. And to come back, if granted, builder's remedy would limit the town's ability to alter or guide the proposed development, providing almost automatic approval. In just this year, we've received those 8, which amount to 1,244 units of our 8-year goal of 1,993. I mean, it isn't the right thing to do, but if you were just to extrapolate 1 year into 8, there would be proposals for 10,000 units, possibly doubling the population of Los Gatos in 8 years, far exceeding the roads, water, fire safety, and schools of our community. We don't know what's going to happen after the ones that have been submitted, but there are things that we can do now. And to be clear, I have concerns not about meeting the state's requirement for more housing, but doing so in a reasonable and guided way. And I've heard from numerous residents, quoting one, get the housing element document completed and approved for the town before builder's remedy can take effect. Well, I don't know if that's possible, but that to me is an important goal. And with 6 of those that are in some sort of form of pre-application or final, we need to work to obtain certification as soon as possible. And what I see in the proposal from staff is exactly the same process that we followed 4 times before. Have the consultant work on something, bring it to the Housing Element Advisory Board, and then submit it to the state without review by an elected or appointed body in some cases, and then wait 60 days and then bring it back to council. I don't think that's the right process. I have some thoughts about how to make the process more engaging of the council. And I'd love to hear comments from other council members, but I have some specific proposals and ideas about how to do that.
So I just would like to clarify that what I've heard from 2 council members that they would like council to work with staff and the consultant, perhaps in study sessions or meetings where we can all be more engaged together and get this approved as soon as possible. None of us like builder remedy. I thought I saw another hand up by Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, I thought I just had to address a little more of the history that was mentioned. It would have been nice to have this approved by the deadline last January. Most of the cities that managed to get approved by that deadline or shortly after had buffers of 100% or something in that neighborhood. And again, I'm talking this knife edge that we're like, well, 100% buffer. We have almost 2,000 units. Imagine if we planned for 4,000 units. That's what some of these cities like Campbell did and got their housing element approved. We've thought we could run closer to, where we thought HCD might approve it. we may be getting there, but I think it's delayed us. One of the things that we kept spinning over in submission after submission was they kept saying, prove why this site is going to develop in our housing sites. And we would provide explanations, I think, with our previous consultant who wasn't so good. The current consultant we brought in, every one of those prove-its are gone. So I think, as I asked her earlier, we may be down to the point that we can stay at our 25% buffer, which, again, we don't want to overbuild the town. So we may be achieving that, but it's cost us in time and it's costing us in the builder's remedy. So maybe that wasn't the best solution. Maybe if we provided more planning of sites, we could have got through faster because they wouldn't have worried about prove why this site is going to develop if we had so many extra sites. So I just want to kind of let us think about the history. It's not that we're negligent. It's we're balancing priorities, which we probably didn't balance in the best way. That's put us in a really bad spot right now.
Thank you. I'm going to look to my council member Ristow.
Thank you. I think a lot of the history was covered. I do think that, for residents that feel like they haven't heard about this, the housing element process has been going on for a very long time. But of course, you don't know about something until you know about it. So I get that. This has been a really arduous process. It's the hardest housing element cycle that anyone's been through. And I understand when residents say that we've had 5 failed submissions. I would sort of object to that. It's true they didn't pass, but it's an incremental process. It's not like the first submission went in and HCD said no and we started from scratch. Each time it's not good enough. You've got this, but you've got to do more. And so it's been a really, really, really tough process. And as Councilmember Rennie put it, we walked a knife edge. And we will never know if we had gone a little more all in, if we had a much bigger buffer, if we would have been done sooner. The other thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is when people talk, there is some reference to builder's remedy, but as far as I know, we only have 1 or 2 that are pure builder's remedy. In a lot of cases, our applications are SB 330. And that type of development is something that will continue to come forward once we have a certified housing element. That will not end. And when people talk about 1,993 housing units and say that's all we want, well, what you have to understand is if you don't like Alberto Way, we need 40 of those just to meet our housing element. So regardless of how we get there, it's going to not, Los Gatos is not going to look the same. And I don't think any of us came into office saying we want to change the entire look of Los Gatos. This is a state law that's being put on us. There are other state housing laws that are allowing developers much more freedom. SB 330 allows exceptions to height. Phase 2 of the North 40 may have used the words builder's remedy, but there's nothing about that application that needs the builder's remedy. All of that can be accomplished just under SB 330. So even if we had the housing element certified a year ago, we would still be where we are with most of these projects. That said, I'm not saying everybody should like it. I'm just saying that people have been working really hard to get us compliant. We are not anywhere close to alone. There's other communities that are grappling with the exact same issues. There are some that are behind us. That doesn't make me feel better. But we are always looking to other communities saying, how the heck did you get done so fast? And the 2 things that I hear from other cities that got their housing element done in 2 or 3 cycles was, 1, they say it like it's a matter of fact. Well, we did our general plan at the same time. Like the general plan allowed it. And as much as people might argue that our general plan slowed down our housing element, it freed it up. It gave us a pathway to figure out where the sites are and how we could develop them. It also gave us the environmental impact report that gave us the space for our housing element. So, our staff has to walk and chew gum and do a million things at once. every community, probably smaller than the size of San Jose, needed consultants to write the housing element. We would never have enough staff to be able to continue to do the work that we do and write something like the housing element. And so the fact that we had to bring in outside help, those are the experts. We have Veronica Tam. She has brought quite a few housing elements over the finish line, but every single housing element is a new opportunity for HCD to look at different sections, look at different communities, and say, we want more of this, we want more of that. And as we were walking the knife edge, we're finding out that we're going to have to open up on more things. There was one other thing I wanted to say. And the timing, there's nobody who wanted to drag this out really long. Our timing between our submission and when we get our letter from HCD is always 60 days. We can't compress that. You can lock everybody in a room, you could throw away the key, you could tell us to all talk, but unless you got the state representatives in there and HCD and said, you don't get the 60 days, you can't come out without it, and we don't have that opportunity. So no matter how hard we work, the cycle is the cycle. So where I'm sort of falling with our next step is I would like to see certification as soon as possible, just as I have for the last year, but I also want to make sure that we really get it. And so I would, if I have to make the trade-off between a really fast turnaround to get this to council and get it out to HCD, I want to make sure we take the time to deeply address every single comment we have on here and comments that we think might come up. And so even if that means that we can't finish this or get the submission in by middle of January or end of January, I would rather take a little bit more time up front to make sure that this is the best we think it can possibly be and get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. No comments to the left?
I have comments, but you can go, please.
Actually, I'm going to look this way unless you...
No, sure. I'll jump in. Yeah. Thank you. So I concur with a lot of what's been said here. I think we actually are largely on the same page. I think that a good example of that is when we first voted to adopt the first draft of our housing element. It was a 4-1 vote where we all said we want to get something in place on January 30th, so on February 1st, a builder's remedy project can't come into the town of Los Gatos. That unfortunately is not the way that developers are interpreting what's been done. The HCD has given direction that an adopted housing element, where a municipality like Los Gatos approves their own plan, is very different than the state giving its stamp of approval. But I concur that we have this, we have these kind of two desires to get this housing element approved as quickly as possible, and also to do, to do kind of the bare minimum on the plan. And those things obviously run into each other, right? And so that housing element on January 30th got kicked back to us because it wasn't ambitious enough, right? That was a big part of it. I think, how I've really been trying to think about this in terms of the larger conversation around housing is we do have to be, realistic with ourselves now, for better or worse, that there are new developments that are going to happen in the town of Los Gatos, right? That, as Councilmember Risto said, the North 40 is not using the builder's remedy, right? That's 500 units, about 500 proposed units that are using SB 330, which has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about here. That would get proposed no matter what. That developer has every right to do that, and that project isn't approved yet. But to use the North 40 as the math example, you need 4 of those, right? So to get to this 2,000 units that we are trying to do, and so these units have to get built somewhere, and we cannot like every single project. That's okay, but I think that we have to. What we're talking about here is showing a good faith effort to zone and create a housing plan that allows for some of these to be built. So I agree, generally with what Councilmember Risto said, that the best next steps for us are to iron out some of those most, the most serious of the comments. I like Councilmember Rennie's comment about trying to actually get done a few of those biggest priorities, or the biggest issues, like the story polls. I think that was really, that proved to be productive for getting our housing element through. But I think that HCD is going to keep, I don't think it seems like HCD is probably never going to be completely satisfied with our housing element. So I think what we need to do is iron out a few of those very most important ones, and then go back, and then so we can hopefully kind of balance those two competing priorities. Yeah, I think that's what we can do right now.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Hudes, you mentioned earlier that you had some suggestions.
Well, I do, and I, would be able to turn it into a motion, but I wanted to make sure, I wanted to integrate as many of the comments that I've heard from council before doing that.
I don't see any other hands up.
Okay. So, building on the idea that the council could maybe work on this in an incremental process by taking the most challenging issues and perhaps working through those, I've suggested a process that starts with prioritizing the comments based on how challenging they are to address. And I suggested 3 categories: straightforward, moderately complex, and challenging or no precedent. And Ms. Tam indicated that we didn't have any in that 3rd category. I'm not sure we all agree with that, considering the impact of some, but I think that would be very important to do. Right now, there are 11 comments, and they're not equal. So the second would be to start with the most challenging first, and to bring a draft of text for the Los Gatos housing element to the council with examples from 2 to 3 other similar certified housing elements, and obtain public comment at the same time. The third step, which was actually a way of organizing that, is to review several comments with the council on a regular basis about every 2 weeks until all 11 are addressed. Include the housing consultant at these meetings, and not wait until a month from now for the first one, but perhaps start January 10th, 11th, or 12th. The next step would be to review with HCD as frequently as HCD will permit, and provide written feedback to the council on those comments and text that's been changed. And then finally, to utilize the Housing Element Advisory Board, but not in the role of drafting, which I believe has been unsuccessful a number of times, but use the Housing Element Advisory Board as the centerpiece for community outreach and communications when there's a complete housing element that we've had feedback from HCD that we think will be able to move forward. The process that's in the staff report, is almost the opposite of this. It says write a draft in total, take it to the Housing Element Advisory Board, submit it to HCD, and then wait 60 days and then bring it to Council and Planning Commission. And that's the same process that we've had 4 times, and it hasn't worked. And there's something about a definition of insanity, but it seems to me that we might want to consider changing that process. And I think that I've heard sentiment of some on the council that perhaps we should roll up our sleeves more and take the hardest issues first, try to work those with HCD and get through those. And although, on paper, this may look like it might take a while, actually, I think in a matter of probably 3 council meetings, we can probably get through them. That could be by the end of January. And sometimes you have to go slow to go fast. And I think our previous effort of running it at high speed through the Housing Element Advisory Board, submitting and then coming back and trying to figure out why we got the comments that we did, I just don't think is working. So, I'm definitely open to ideas about that, but I also could turn it into a motion.
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. So I do think at this point this change of process could be more appropriate. Before, a lot of what we were doing, again, was this: describe why something's going to develop, which I'm not sure council could have added that much value. There's a lot of items on here, as I've mentioned before, that are remove a constraint and things like that, and it seems like it could be more of a good idea to have council in the process of writing what that's going to be, because maybe we can also take actions at the same time, as I suggested, instead of making a plan, get it done kind of thing. So there could be some advantage to going this way. I do have a question for staff, though. Can staff figure out how to use this process without it lengthening the total time of the process? I know you have to kind of rethink it a little bit, but I before I would vote for this, I would want to understand what does it do to our timeline. And again, I think even Councilmember Risto may have said it, that maybe going a little slower to get it right is okay, but I want to know how much slower this actually might go.
Thanks for that question. I'll defer that to the director.
Thank you for the question. So depends on a number of factors, how many meetings we actually have to have with council to get through those comments, and also with the knowledge that we're not going to get confirmation from HCD until, as was said before, we get the letter. So I think our current goal was to get stuff drafted and hopefully get that draft finalized by first of the year, just after the first of the year. So we will need to work with probably the town attorney and the clerk as well, because if we're looking to be taking action at council meetings or providing direction, if it's a public hearing, it's going to need to be noticed, and those need to be noticed at a minimum 3 weeks in advance by the time you backload contacting the paper. But I think those are things that we can look at if that's the will of the council.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
I would just have, one comment about, lengthening the total time. I think that it's possible that it might take longer before the submission to HCD, but when you count the times that we haven't been certified, that's much longer, because that then puts us into another cycle plus 60 days. And so while it's possible that it would be a bit longer before it were submitted, I think that having a surer outcome would be worth that trade-off in the overall time.
So I'm going to add that council is ultimately accountable to our town residents. So I'm going to support our involvement. I don't know if Vice Mayor Hudes is ready to make his motion. I'll go to Councilmember Ristow for her comments.
Thank you. I think some of the idea is intriguing. I know that at this point, however we get the housing element over the finish line, it seems like we have the clearest list of instructions from HCD of what we have to address. So whether it goes to the Housing Element Advisory Board, where there are members there that are so much more expert in housing element than the members of the council here and have done a lot of work on helping to write this, or whether we go through the council, I think we can get there. It'll take a lot of work by staff and our consultant. So I don't have a huge problem with changing the order. I'm concerned, well, I don't know, I would like to hear from staff. I mean, prioritizing the comments, are some of the comments going to be addressed by some members of staff and others by other members of staff? Does prioritization actually make sense? Or is it easier to have, like, the consultant and certain members of staff working on certain questions and another member of staff working on the easier comments? I just want to know if that actually adds value to prioritize.
Thank you for the comment. So based on HCD's comments, staff works with the consultant to really divide the work. So what are those comments from HCD that are really specific to staff's knowledge and staff should be responding to? And then what's appropriate for the consultant to respond to? And so that's how we've typically delegated them.
Okay, I would be more comfortable if instead of saying we're going to prioritize which is the most important or what's the most significant, that we make sure that we understand who's working on what and what the timelines are. The other question I have is our consultant is not only our consultant. I'm assuming she's working with other municipalities. So do we know what her availability is, and what is our ability to ask her to be present at multiple meetings?
Thank you for the question. So yes, the consultant is working with other municipalities in the state, and so we would need to check in on their availability to attend these meetings.
Okay, so part of the motion I would say is if we want the consultant involved, then that might impact when we hold our meetings to make sure that she's available for it, if that's critical. Or, you know, I won't support a motion that says we're going to meet every 2 weeks and the consultant will be there, because that may not be possible. So I'm more of wanting to figure out what's a workable process.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Yeah. So I think generally this makes sense. I think this is it's at least worth trying. So actually kind of both to comments that Councilmember Risto said. I think for me, prioritizing comments in terms of challenging is fine. I think I would also want to prioritize them, and maybe this is just semantics, but I want them to be the most impactful, right? So I think the ones that are going to make the biggest difference in the consultant and our staff's assessment of getting us closer to certification, because I think there are certain comments in here that are really, in my opinion, pretty. Definitely less important to getting it through, and I think we could probably get it through without crossing our T's and dotting our I's on every single one. And then in terms of the timeline, I would just say that I'm comfortable leaving it up to the mayor in terms of working with staff to figure out the exact timeline on the meeting cadence and when we first meet, because we don't have a meeting, the day after New Year's Day. And so you suggest the 9th, maybe that works, but I just wouldn't want to put that in the motion and just let the mayor coordinate with staff on what's going to be most appropriate for everyone.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
Question for the mayor. If I were not to specify something like, first meeting January 10th, 11th, or 12th, and meeting on a regular basis about every 2 weeks until the 11 are addressed, if I were to leave that out, would the mayor think that they would be able to schedule frequent enough meetings?
I would hope so. As I mentioned in a public hearing last week, my immediate focus as becoming mayor is to get our housing element certified. So I will work my hardest with staff to make sure that we have as many meetings as possible, as frequently that makes sense. But I also would add hope that our work product includes maybe following the templates from other jurisdictions that actually obtained certification from the HCD, which should help us. Is like, okay, you're going to adopt these other or certify these other cities, and we're going to use similar language. Why are you not certifying ours? So I would say go ahead and try your motion and know that I'm going to try my hardest to work for all of us collectively and get us over this hurdle.
Okay. So I move to follow a process of the following 5 steps. 1, prioritize comments based on how challenging and impactful they are to address. I'm suggesting 3 categories of straightforward, moderately complex, and challenging or no precedent. But if the consultant comes up with a different framework, that's fine, but I think it would be important to prioritize them. Second, start with the most challenging and impactful first, bring draft Los Gatos text, a housing element text to the council with examples from 2 to 3 other similar certified housing elements, and obtain public comment in that process. 3 is review several of these comments with council on a regular basis at the discretion of the mayor to schedule those, but working to include the presence of the housing consultant at these meetings. I think it's been very beneficial tonight, and I think it was beneficial to our planning commission when the consultant was available. I won't put it in the motion, but I would urge that we consider starting sooner than our regular meeting on the 16th, that we think about maybe another meeting January 10th, 11th, or 12th. The 4th is to review with HCD as frequently as they will permit and provide written feedback to the council on what has been covered and what the content of the response has been in those calls. Not just a table of contents that says we covered these 6 items, but what was the response from HCD in those. And then the 5th step is to review the housing element with the Housing Element Advisory Board as the center point for community outreach and communications when the draft is complete. And so that's probably all I want to put in.
That's all? Okay. I'm going to look to fellow council members and see if we can get a second. I don't see any hands raised. I'm sorry? Councilmember Moore?
I will second the motion.
Awesome. Okay. Councilmember Rennie?
One clarification in the motion, Councilmember Hudes, Vice Mayor Hudes, you mentioned bringing it to the council first, and then you said get public comment in there. Anything that comes to council's going to be hearing and get public comment. Are you referring to what's naturally going to happen? Or are you suggesting staff hold another meeting before coming to council to get public comment? That wasn't clear to me.
Yeah, to clarify, I meant to take public comment at the council meetings, but there was something that I left off that I would like to add, and that is for staff to address those public comments in subsequent meetings.
I would just like to make the comment that it would be really nice if the consultant does appear at future meetings, that we can see her, that we have a visible presence on our Zoom screen. There should be no reason why we can't see her. It kind of helps with the communication, maybe connect with us a little bit better. But that would just be a comment. I don't think I could make that as a friendly amendment to the motion.
It's fine.
Okay, Councilmember Moore accepts his change. So we have a motion, a second, and I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Council is working together. Okay. Vice Mayor Hudes?
I have another motion, may not be as popular, but I think is very important, and that is the council shall meet and review the housing element prior to any submission. We're going on submission 6, and I'm concerned that there needs to be a review by the council.
Councilmember Ristow.
I have a question for the town attorney. I don't know legally how that works. If it comes to the council before going to the planning commission, are we skipping a step? Or I guess I don't understand the motion. Is it just that the council reviews it and then ultimately it has to go to planning commission before it comes to council?
I understood the motion to be a change from what we've been doing in the past. In the past, the goal was to get HCD's comments on it before it was presented to the council for adoption. And so I understand this motion to be that the document should be submitted to the council before it goes to HCD for consideration. The planning commission is advisory to the town council. And so staff would typically recommend that the housing element go to the planning commission for review prior to the town council. But I think the council could also make a motion to skip that step.
I would just add that we're not talking about the adoption. If we were talking about the adoption, then we would have to go to planning commission first. If this is just the review of the document prior to submittal, that's fine. When you're ready to conduct that review, that's fine. I would also say with the detailed process listed and the motion that just passed, you will basically be seeing what's going to be in that document. So by the time you're done, perhaps you would be satisfied that this is now ready to go to the state.
Okay, well, then given that we would just be reviewing it, and then ultimately if HCD decides that to certify, then we'll go through the regular process. Given that it's just one more in the continuing series of meetings with the council, I'll second the motion.
Okay, I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. So we've got 4 more items. Item number 16 is going to go very quickly. So I'm going to proceed with item 16. I know some of you have been waiting so patiently here tonight. Thank you for that. I hate to say that after item 16, we'll probably just take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get right to you. So let's start with item number 16. So at this time, I open the public hearing for an appeal of a planning commission decision to deny a fence height exception request at 124 Garden Hill Drive. Can Ms. Armour introduce the item with any further comments?
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. This evening's the staff is recommending that you open the public hearing to receive any public comment on an appeal of a fence height exception request denial at 124 Garden Hill Drive, and continue the matter to January 16th of 2024 to allow the applicant appellant to participate in the meeting as they are not available to attend this evening. This concludes staff's presentation, but we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Rennie?
Let me let you open public comment first.
Okay. I will open public comment. I have no speaker cards. Is there anybody on Zoom?
There is one speaker on Zoom, Karen Rubio.
Okay. Karen, go ahead. Karen, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, no comment for me. I didn't realize my hand was up. My apologies.
Okay, apology accepted. Thank you. All right, I'm going to close public comment and look to Councilmember Rennie for his question.
So maybe this is a question for staff, or maybe it's a question for council. In the notice to continue this, it talks about the owner wants time to complete their traffic study. To me, that sounds like new information, and often when we get new information, we're like, well, maybe we should send that back to Planning Commission. So the question in my mind, should we really continue this, or should we make a motion to send it back to Planning Commission because they're planning to present new information?
But my question to staff would be, is it his own personal traffic study, or is it something that is required by the town?
Thank you for that question. It is not something that's required by the town. This is additional justification that they think will assist in their case for the fence height exception.
Councilmember Rennie?
So just remembering through, this is an appeal of a Planning Commission decision. We often get appeals and we go, oh, well, you're providing us new information on why the Planning Commission was wrong. We sometimes say, well, maybe you should take it back to the Planning Commission. So I'm suggesting maybe we want to think about just sending them back to the Planning Commission versus having them come here and us tell them, wait, this is new information, go back to the Planning Commission. Something for council to think about.
Well, I'm going to make the comment that since it's not required, that ultimately he still would probably come back to council for a decision. So I would move that we just continue the hearing to January 16th of 2024 and handle it at council level. Councilmember Ristow?
Well, except I'm concerned if they feel like that's compelling information and they're doing a traffic study, then I feel like they should present that to the Planning Commission. I mean, I hear what you're saying, that if Planning Commission denies it, it would come to us, but maybe Planning Commission would approve it. I don't know.
But my question is, did they have the opportunity to provide that at that time from the date of their original application? Should they have been thinking about that at that time?
My understanding is that the additional information that they're preparing was as a result of the conversation that occurred at Planning Commission to try and bolster their argument for the fence height exception.
Okay, I will look to my council members to see if I have a motion as far as what direction they might want to take. Ms. DeLong.
There is currently a motion on the floor with no second.
I'm sorry, I made the motion. All right, Councilmember Moore.
I'll second your motion.
All right, I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Let's be back at 9:30. Okay, we have everybody seated, and we're going to start back to business on item number 17, which is to consider an appeal of a Planning Commission decision to approve a lot line adjustment application. I'm going to look to Ms. Armour for a report.
Thank you, and good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The item before you this evening is consideration of an appeal of a Planning Commission decision to approve a lot line adjustment between 3 adjoining lots at 17200 Los Robles Way. The written staff report includes a detailed background section, attachments, including staff reports prepared for the Development Review Committee and Planning Commission's consideration of this application, and a point-by-point description of the appeal with responses both from the applicant as well as staff analysis. Staff recommends that the Town Council deny the appeal, adopting resolution provided as Attachment 9, upholding the Planning Commission's decision to approve the proposed project. An addendum report was distributed yesterday with supplemental responses from the applicant. This concludes staff's presentation, but we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from council members? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment, and we are going to allow the appellant to come forward with 5 minutes. I'm sorry, it's the appellant first. And that would be you.
All right, my name's Alison Steer, 304 Harding Avenue. This has been an ongoing struggle in our community. I have my lawyer on the Zoom. His name is Babak Nafisi. We just heard from the town. Many members in the town are unhappy with developers doing what they like in this town. Since this was in front of this town council for members of you in 2021, I was learning all about lot line ordinances, lot mergers, subdivision maps acts. I was getting blocked by the current town attorney at the time, but finally when I got in front of the town council, I kind of understood it. Since then, there's been an action to get basically to be heard on this matter. Since then, the Town Council has changed the lot merger ordinance, so they didn't have to follow that ordinance. It was changed the language from shall to may. You've changed the findings of the original lot line adjustment that were before you in the town, so clearly they were wrong the first time, as I mentioned. You've changed the SEQA findings from discretionary to ministerial. Again, I said SEQA was required, and now magically they're ministerial. You've also changed what was a vacated right-of-way into a public right-of-way. And if you could show on this map, in all the town maps, in the flood map, the hazard map, the general plan, there is no right-of-way going across this property. All of a sudden, you're going to create a new public right-of-way, which is going to be paid for by the town of Los Gatos taxpayer. So we're going to build this person a driveway. And we're going to maintain that driveway so public can walk all the way to their front door. Why would we do that? The town has done everything possible to make sure this goes through. And I've never seen any kind of bias like this before in my life. I'm an electrical engineer, I'm a woman, I work in the industry, and I've never seen bias like this to make sure that a developer can get what they want. So by requiring the right-of-way, to making that a street by the town's definition, this would be a major action by the town. The town council should be informed that SEQA review must be done at the earliest possible point in time, and if you enshrine this right away as part of the lot line adjustment approval. Not only that, you're ignoring the requirement to do SEQA because this property has an incline of over 20%. There are a number of houses at the bottom of this property that have flooding issues, and there's a lot of historic oaks on the property. There's owls, there's wildlife, and none of that's been taken into consideration. Also, in December of 2021, Tony Jeans actually mentioned that he didn't actually even believe that the JPL reports on where the earthquake landslide area is, and the town hasn't even looked into where it actually is, this landslide zone. So it's a very steep lot. It's behind my house. You try to put another house there. The whole intent of the Lot Line Adjustment Subdivision Maps Act was never to take an unbuildable parcel and make it buildable. That was never the intent. You know, you can read the law how you want. That was never what this law was for. It's for little minor adjustments so that people can move things around a little bit. But this is a major adjustment. This is taking a small slither of land that was carved out in 1947 and turning it into a buildable parcel behind a number of people's homes that affect their properties. And the town continues to just try and push this through and just ignore what the residents of this community are saying. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to call the applicant next, and I believe that would, I'm sorry. Yeah, but go ahead, Mayor, Vice Mayor Hudis, you can come back. You've got a question.
Yeah, thank you. I remember when I spent some time there and walked the lot and looked at the entrance, and I cannot exactly remember how this came out in the hearing before the council, but I had concerns about the frontage and whether the frontage met the standards for the street. Is that something that you are aware of or have information about that you'd like to share?
Yes. So the reason for this new public right-of-way at the top of Los Robos Way is so that the town can claim that they have the frontage that they need when they do the reconfiguration. So at the top, it doesn't meet the frontage requirements at all today. There's basically zero frontage. But if you create this right-of-way of what they're going to call Los Robos Way across someone's property, so why would you have a public right-of-way that walks across someone's property? I mean, who's going to walk across that? So I think it was up there. And then on the down at the bottom on Worcester Lane, they're trying to make a cul-de-sac, which is, to create the frontage. So
right. I probably will have more questions about the frontage because that was something that was pretty obvious to me when I was there. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Rennie?
So, thank you. In the report, it says the town's review is expressly limited to determining whether the resulting lots will conform to local general plan and any applicable specific plan, coastal plan, building, and zoning ordinances. So, are you saying that it doesn't conform because there is no frontage, or
there really is no frontage unless the town wants to start paying to maintain someone's driveway.
So,
the town's trying to claim that this is a public right-of-way, which is not on any of the maps today.
And are there any other things that would not conform to any of these general plans or building zones?
I think my lawyer had already written a lot of that, and there's a lot of documentation on what things wouldn't conform. Basically, the fact that you're building a cul-de-sac on a hillside and all these different other aspects. It's definitely not a ministerial act. You have to make decisions about these things. But other than what conforming to the general plan, there's a lot of stuff in the general plan about how you use property and visual impacts to other neighbours, etc., not cutting down trees to make cul-de-sacs, the things that haven't been really looked into.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker will be the applicant, which I believe is Tony Jeans, and you'll have 5 minutes also.
Thank you. So it's been 2 years since we spoke last about this, and I'm going to refer to some notes because I don't remember what happened 2 years ago, but I do remember that the last time it came before you, it wasn't considered the same way because it was believed that not all the deficiencies could be remedied from the existing lots. It's non-compliant at the moment, and we could apparently not remedy the frontage lot and maybe some other items. So that might have allowed some discretion at the time. However, we've since determined that we can revise the lot line application so that all the deficiencies of the parcels are resolved. So everything goes away. So could you put out the slide that I submitted? Okay, this is the 1927. I'm going to take this over here. It looks like it might need some help. This is the 1927 Los Robles subdivision. So here is the property. There are 2 parcels created here, and a 3rd parcel was added later. Those are the 3 lots that we're doing the lot line adjustment with. Now, I would like to point out where Los Robles Way goes. It goes all the way up here, and then it goes onto the property and terminates at the point that we have shown. So the frontage is actually along this section here. And I don't care what Allison says, it's on the property. The lot is here, but it does not include the public right-of-way. And if you look at the wording signed by the city of Los Gatos, as it was in 1927, it said all the streets are approved and accepted as public highways. So this is a public right-of-way going all the way down as shown on this map. If you look at the assessor's parcel map, which I did not bring because I didn't realize it was going to be the focal point of Ms. Steer's attack on this, you will see that the same shape going to the same location is shown on the assessor's parcel map. So the frontage on that particular lot, the new lot 1, will be the sum of those 2 sides and the oblique angle at the end, which is about 200 and something feet. Now, this may be unusual, but it is fact. So that is frontage, and the new parcel 1 will have frontage as is appropriate. That has never been vacated. When we came here last time, we thought that that had been vacated. I assumed it just stopped and it was an easement. It wasn't queried, but having researched that, and the town can confirm this, that has never been vacated, so it is part of the public right-of-way. So I think that was the main point that I wanted to bring across. Finally, I'd like to point out that in my only meetings with the appellant on the property, all their concerns have been related to the visibility of any future homes from their backyard, and no other reason. So I would request that the council deny the appeal and let privacy and visibility considerations be the subject of subsequent A&S applications for the lots. Visibility and privacy will come when there is something to build. At the moment, this is a paper transaction, just adjusting 3 lot lines. It's ministerial in nature under Subdivision Map Act 66412D, and only objective criteria can apply. That is frontage. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
Thank you, Mr. Jeans. Did that slide that you put up there, is that part of the staff report or staff report to the Planning Commission? I don't know that I've seen that.
That I brought simply after the December 11th email from the appellant, who said that she believed that frontage did not exist. And I thought, well, if that's all you're concerned about, here's frontage. This is the subdivision map that created Los Robles Way.
I am looking at the Planning Commission staff report on page 1928, and I'm wondering if when you presented that, assuming that was your exhibit, you indicated whether that was the frontage.
I showed the frontage, and if you look at the way the frontage is called on the maps, the frontage for parcel 1 probably is about 200 and something feet.
So my question was, did you use that to illustrate the frontage to the Planning Commission?
I used it to illustrate it to DRC, the Planning Commission, and everything. Okay. I did not show that particular map, but I showed the same shape coming down onto the property, which is where frontage was, and said, and that is why there are absolutely zero nonconformities on this application.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I see no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Jeans.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to open it up to the general public for comment. I don't see any speaker cards. Is there any hands up on Zoom? Ms. DeLong?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, I'm going to invite the applicant back up for another 3 minutes.
Could you get Shannon on the Zoom or phone? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Can you see me? Thank you. Sorry, my screen went blank. My name is Shannon Jones. It's a pleasure to be with you here tonight. I represent the applicants and just have a couple of brief comments to make. When Ms. Steer made her presentation, she made a number of comments and using words like developers, construction, buildable, building, development. She wants you to treat this application as if it were an application for construction, and that is not the case. As Mr. Jeans pointed out, no construction is being proposed. This is simply a lot line adjustment, taking 3 lines and moving the property lines. I need to reiterate, because I thought I can't say this better. Your staff on page 1786 of their report, which is page 9 of 19, I think summarized exactly what is before you better than anybody else has. And what they said was, here in front of you is a lot line adjustment, is simply moving the existing lot lines between 3 existing legal lots. It is not creating any additional lots. It is removing existing nonconformities. It is not proposing any other lot land use approvals. As your staff said, no construction is being proposed, and on that basis, the lot line adjustment action by the town is ministerial in nature. As such, CEQA does not apply no matter what Ms. Steer wants to tell you. She also made comments about changing findings. That's not true. The findings were changed because the application was resubmitted and the application was changed to address corrections that the applicant wanted to make. She talks about a merger. The merger doesn't apply under the law to this circumstance. The town's changing of that law was to make the law compliant with state law. It was out of compliance before. She talks about bias. There's no bias. The town is simply following the law by approving the ministerial act of this lot line adjustment. She talks about a right-of-way, and she talks about the town paying for that. As Mr. Jeans pointed out, that is absolutely inaccurate. Nobody is asking for some new right-of-way that didn't previously exist. She talks about bids What bids? There's no construction and no development. As I indicated, CEQA does not apply. This is a simple ministerial act of approving a lot line adjustment that Ms. Steer objects to simply because she does not want new construction behind her home.
I'm going to have to stop you there because we've exceeded the 3 minutes. Thank you.
I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, you can hang on tight for just a moment because there's a question from Vice Mayor Hudes.
Well, thank you. I had trouble locating the staff comment that you mentioned. What page is it on?
Sorry, somebody keeps muting me. It is page 1786, the first paragraph.
I think that's a different item in the package that we have. Yeah.
No, it is, I'm looking at it right now, page 1786. It is page 9 of 19 of your staff report on this item.
Okay, I'm looking for that. You said page 9 of the staff report?
Page 9 of 19 of the staff report, first paragraph. I'm sure staff can locate that for you.
Yeah, it's page 1855 of
in our packet.
The current packet. Yeah, thank you for directing me to that.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, I'm going to invite the appellant back up for 3 minutes. Ms. Steer, is there any hands raised on Zoom? I think we already passed the general public comment period. Ms. Whelan, did you want to weigh in?
I think.
I'm sorry.
Is that
can you,
Mr. Nafisi? Yeah,
yes.
that's
Can I,
counsel for the appellant.
Good evening.
Mr. Nafisi's, I think, representing the appellant, and so he'll be talking for this 3 minutes.
Okay.
Good evening. Thanks for the chance to address you. A couple of issues have come up.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
Who is speaking right now for the appellant? Ms. Steer, did you want to speak, or is it the person on Zoom that's representing you? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of issues have come up just within the last few minutes by the applicant that need to be set straight. First of all, the applicant and the town in the litigation very specifically admitted that the township had adopted the wrong findings that don't apply to a lot line adjustment, and on that basis asked the court to stay the litigation so that among other corrections can be made. So it's a little too late to deny that. But more importantly, what I want to address is the comment by the applicant that no new street or right-of-way is being created and that it's always existed. This is pretty egregious revision of what has been the town, the applicant, and my client's understanding from the very beginning. I direct you to go to item 12 on the staff report for dated December 14th. It's page 16 of 19, item 12. And in this, the staff basically explains that Planning Commission's conditions of approval of the lot line adjustment implicitly, this is applicant's argument, implicitly created a new street. And that according to staff, once this condition is complied with and the town accepts the offer of this area for future cul-de-sac, parcel 2 would have 40 feet of frontage on a cul-de-sac bulb, etc. In response to this, staff basically agreed with his statement. The staff basically agrees that that is in fact what is happening. So it says the appellant states that a new street was created. That is true, as an easement meets the town's definition of a street in terms of complying with the street easement. And so this idea that this has always been the case is definitely not true. This township is accepting as a condition this offer of dedication in order to create lots that meet the frontage requirement. Creating a whole new street requires environmental review, as it could potentially have all kinds of impacts, from traffic to flooding to all, undermining the stability of nearby lots.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public testimony and look to our council members for any comments, motion, questions. Councilmember Rennie.
If I could start probably with a bunch of questions, trying to maybe parse this. So the first question seems to be whether this is a ministerial review or not for that. And the first part of that seems to be CEQA shouldn't be required if it's ministerial. If CEQA is required, then it's not ministerial, right?
There's a specific exemption in the CEQA guidelines or CEQA statute for ministerial projects. And so the first question that staff asks is, what kind of project is this? And so we looked at what the applicable statute was, and it has 4 findings that the town needs to make, none of which involve discretion. They involve applying the application to facts and, answering yes or no. And so based on the fact that it's a lot line adjustment application, staff's view is that this is a ministerial action and therefore exempt from CEQA.
What about this concern about the slopes over 20% requiring CEQA review?
So there's a separate CEQA exemption that speaks to minor land use changes, and it gives examples of what would constitute a minor land use change. And as one of the examples, it says a lot line adjustment with a slope less than, I forget what it is, 25%, 26%. And so that's an entirely separate CEQA exemption from the general CEQA exemption for ministerial projects. So we didn't get to the exemption that talks about the slope because we were basing this on the determinations to be made for a lot line adjustment and determined that since that was a ministerial decision, the more general CEQA exemption for ministerial decisions applied.
Okay, so then, if I could keep going, Mayor. Yes. So then if it is ministerial, which of the issues are we considering? I think that's where we got to the statement in there. It has to comply with general plan and zoning and things like that, correct?
Yes, and so we could walk through those. Let me find my page number.
And I guess part of that is, I think the appellant said that we're building a new street that should require CEQA. Are we building a new street?
I wanted to clarify because there was talk about both the existing Las Robles right-of-way and a cul-de-sac, and they're different areas. And so the existing Las Robles right-of-way shows on a subdivision map from 1927. So that's not new. With this application, the applicant is proposing to dedicate a cul-de-sac on the other side of the 3 properties that will serve 2 of the lots. And so that will be new, but that's part of their application.
So if it's new, then does it need a CEQA?
It's, in my opinion, no, because it's dedication of property.
It's not actually building anything.
Correct.
Okay.
And through the mayor, I would add that it is additional area to an existing street. It is not creating a new street. It is adding to the end of an existing street, so it is new street area. But again, there are no physical improvements currently proposed.
If I could continue, well, I think
Yes, please.
the attorney's asking for looking for something. So I'm trying to understand this public right-of-way that goes to the property, but there's no street actually built there, right? It's just lines on a map kind of thing.
That is correct.
And so does that mean we have to build a street for them?
No.
So for it to be a compliant lot, does there have to be a street there?
The physical improvements of the street are not required to meet the requirements for a compliant lot.
But they
Compliant
would
parcel.
later be part of a building application then?
If a future building application came forward, improvements would be required and would be reviewed as part of that application.
Okay. Does the town attorney have other things to add?
So I found the statute. So the findings are as follows. The adjustment is between 4 or fewer existing adjoining parcels. The second one is where the land taken from one parcel is added to an adjoining parcel. The third one is where a greater number of parcels than originally existed is not thereby created. And then finally, do the resulting parcels conform to the general plan, any applicable specific plan, and zoning and building ordinances?
And so staff's contention is it does comply, that the finished lot lines comply with all of the general plan and zoning?
Yes.
And then I had one other question that maybe is not relevant, but I wanted to ask it. SB 9 allows ministerial lot splits, and one of the questions had been if we had forced this into a combination, is this an SB 9 allowable lot so that even if we forced the combination, it could be split back again using SB 9?
Are you asking whether the lots qualify for an SB 9 lot split?
Yes.
I forget what the square footage requirements are.
They would.
They would. Okay, so even if we had, as our old non-compliant ordinance said, combine the lots, the applicant could have come along and split it using SB 9 anyway.
Correct.
Okay, that's all my questions for now. Thanks.
Okay, further questions? See none. Does anybody want to try a motion? Councilmember Rennie.
I can try a motion, although I probably got to find the right hints on the motion. I'm having trouble finding a reason why we should grant the appeal. It does seem correct. I see a lot of this one interpretation versus another interpretation, and when I started reading that, I kept thinking, this seems like it's really for a judge to figure out, and it's already in the middle of a lawsuit. So getting it back to the stayed lawsuit seems to make sense to let the judge finish figuring this out. Everything I've heard from staff says that it was all done correctly. So I would say that we should deny the appeal. Do I need to add to that?
Thank you. We would recommend that you adopt the draft resolution in attachment 9.
9?
Correct.
Okay, and my motion would include adopting the attached resolution in attachment 9.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I'll second the motion. I have to say, this got very convoluted and complicated, and I appreciate the staff analysis of each item. Reading through that, it became really clear that while there may be concern about a future project, this entire hearing is only about the lot line adjustment, and it just feels like following the rules, following our laws that are now, our ordinances, which are now compliant with state law. This is ministerial, and I also cannot find a reason to grant the appeal. So I'll be seconding the motion.
Okay, Vice Mayor Hudes.
Thank you. I don't know if it's in the staff report, but I wonder if we could be refreshed on the grounds for granting an appeal of the Planning Commission. That would be helpful.
Yes, thank you for that question. So when there is council considering a planning commission, appeal of a planning commission decision, the appellant must file written notice of an appeal with the clerk, and the notice shall specifically shall specify whether it's claiming that there was an error or abuse of discretion by the commission, or wherein the decision was not supported by substantial evidence in the record. So this is Town Code Section 2920-275.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
And just as a follow-up, did the appellant specify one of those two conditions? Either error or abuse of discretion, or not supported by the evidence?
I'm going to check the appeal form. I recall that it was more substantive in nature. It was that CEQA applied and that it was a discretionary decision. But I can find the appeal form.
The appeal form would also include if there was new information provided, which we don't have.
And through the mayor, so I think it's attachment 6, and they have used number 2, which the decision is not supported by substantial evidence, and they talk about CEQA and government code, and then they have 3 additional attached pages.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. That's helpful. Does that help, Vice Mayor Hudes? Attachment 6?
Yes, it helps, but I'm still struggling with integrating some of the answers that have come and this 18-page staff report. So don't know that I have any questions that will clarify that, so I'm just going to probably abstain, just based on the fact that I think that this, I've had trouble to navigate the staff report and all of the information that's been presented. I suspect this is going to end up in court, and perhaps it might get sorted out best there rather than here.
Councilmember Rennie?
And like I said, my motion, by denying the appeal, sends it right back to the court where it is in a stay. So it makes sense to me to deny the appeal. If we granted the appeal, that might start a new court case, which seems inefficient.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ristow, followed by Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. And I think, a lot of the concerns that have been brought up are more appropriate to if and when a project comes forward. I think the issues that are being brought up right now don't apply to the lot line adjustment in and of itself. So I'm not having a trouble denying the appeal right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore?
And I just wanted to concur and say that I, read the staff report thoroughly, visited the site, and I think there's not substantial evidence that for an appeal here, to grant an appeal here.
So I'll be supporting the motion as well. The legal advice we've received tonight is that it's ministerial in nature and that our decision is confined to a lot line adjustment. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 4 with Vice Mayor Hudes abstain. Okay. We are going to move on to item number 18. And this is to authorize revenue and expenditure budget adjustments in the amount of $125,000 to recognize receipt and expenditure of a County of Santa Clara grant received by the town. Do we have a report from Ms. Nomura?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager. So the town has received $125,000 from the county for case management and or adult day services. And so this item tonight is to receive those funds, make the appropriate budget adjustments, and to provide direction on how you would like those funds allocated between case management and adult day services. We did bring this item to the CHSSC in November, and they recommended with a 4-1 vote that funds be divided so that at least one full-time employee could be allocated or could be funded for the adult day services, and as close as possible to a 0.5 FTE for case management with the remaining funds. We estimate that that would be about $67,000 for adult day services and $58,000 for case management. These would likely be contracted services. This would be something that the town would likely put out an RFP to do and determine who exactly the provider would be. So it's not necessarily a discussion of the provider, but how would you like the funds allocated so that when we go through that RFP process, it's clear to them what that funding would be. We do also have some options depending on how the council would like to split those funds, where we could time the RFPs so that perhaps we do the adult day services first, so we can find out the cost of funding one full-time employee for adult day services, and then going out for the RFP for case management for older adults. Or we could do them simultaneously. Again, we can work those things out, but ultimately the kind of discussion here today is how the council sees fit to allocate that $125,000 between case management for older adults and adult day services. And that concludes my presentation. I'm here for questions.
Okay, I'll go to Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So you talk about this a little bit in the staff report, but just for our education, could you sort of, in a little bit more detail, define what each of these services would look like? Because I know we've talked a lot about case management, but that's a big kind of term. So what exactly these people would be doing for our folks?
Sure. So for case management, we're really talking about someone who can kind of handhold and take people through the various resources that are available to them, and that they would be helping our seniors kind of navigate all the resources that they have available. And as far as adult day services, typically this, it's also called adult daycare services, where older adults can go for the day and spend time with fellow seniors and have activities and just have the proper care during that time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie, followed by Vice Mayor Hudes.
So the report confuses me a little bit. So we talk about adult day services, which is what Live Oak provides, and it sounds like we're going out for an RFP to get a competing service. I don't understand why we don't just give a grant to Live Oak Day Services. Is there a reason we don't trust them, or why do we need a competing service?
It's not that we don't trust them. You know, we are very fortunate to have that service here in Los Gatos, but we don't know if there are any other providers that could provide it. And so it's possible that when we do the RFP, RFQ, we have only one service provider that signs up, and we would work with them. We just, as government, when we're dealing with government funds, we typically have to go through a competitive process. We can't just pick our favorites.
So the fact that it was given to us for a certain use says we can't turn around and just do it as a grant. We have to do an RFP, but it could end up back at Live Oak Day Services?
That's highly probable, yes.
Because one of the concerns I have is this is only money for 1 year, and you create a program for 1 year, somebody hires somebody for a year, and then what about the next year? You need a little more continuity, and so that's why I'm thinking we want to use the services we already have that we've already been granting money into to be continuous beyond when this money runs out.
And as part of this process, Assistant Town Manager Nomura and I visited our adult day service here in town, and they did mention that what they could use is another individual so that they could provide more service. Unfortunately, this is a grant that only lasts for a limited amount of time, but it's possible that once it's a proven concept, perhaps with fundraising or other types of grants, perhaps they would be able to sustain it in some other way. We don't know if the county has any interest in giving us another grant in the future.
And then on the case management side, isn't LGS Rec doing case management now? I thought that was one of the things they added.
No, that was one of the things they wanted to add with the request that they had provided to the council earlier this year. But since that was not funded, it's not. And again, we don't know which providers would be interested in doing senior case management. It's possible that it's Los Gatos Rec, but it's possible it could be a couple of other entities. And the needs of our seniors, as you all know, are complex. And so it's a different type of case management than what we may have seen in for other populations.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Hudas.
Thank you. I'm delighted that we have this money, and hopefully we can put it to good use quickly. I concur with Councilmember Rennie that we have an effective provider for adult day services, and so perhaps there's a way to streamline the RFP process to ask the question, are you currently providing services in Los Gatos? Because starting someone new on a one-year grant, I think, could have a lot of onboarding and startup costs that would not be efficient. So maybe we can make that process go quickly by evaluating, and I'm not aware of anyone else who's providing services in town. I know that there's some nearby that some of our residents utilize, but I believe that is our primary service provider. So, and then with regard to case management, I am aware that the LGS Rec did propose, but I think that that's an area where you need someone who's a licensed social worker or well-trained, would not necessarily fit with some of the recreational activities. So on that one, it seems as though we really ought to look for agencies that provide that kind of service for older adults. Just some input to the process. I'm delighted, and I think the recommendation from the CHSSC is appropriate in terms of the split.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So one other question on the case management. So it doesn't seem like this is necessarily hard and fast, but in the staff report, you talk about, a graduate degree in counseling, social services, or behavioral health. And I know, and so that puts the number up to 81,000 to 108,000. I don't know if that's necessary. For me, I don't think that is a necessary qualification. We might be able to get someone for a little cheaper for a little longer if we don't make that a qualification. I know, your West Valley Community again, different case management, but for homeless folks, I found some of the very most effective case managers I know to be people with lived experience rather than people that have degrees. So, I think someone that spent a lot of time taking care of a family member or something could be perhaps just as qualified, and we could get them for, $20,000 less or so. So just my 2 cents there.
Okay, so do we have any other further questions before we open public comment? Okay, I see none. So there's no speakers here that I can see. So Ms. DeLong, do we have anybody on Zoom?
There are no hands on Zoom.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to go back to our council members for comments. I want to call you Mayor Ristow still. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with the comments made. I appreciate staff discussing what it could look like if we use a provider that we've already got for adult senior services. It'll be interesting as the RFP goes out to see if there's anyone else who replies. I share the huge appreciation that we have this money. I also am concerned with what happens after a year, but that's okay because maybe there will be other grants, maybe there will be other opportunities, maybe there will be other fundraising, and I think that it would be fantastic if we could enhance the services of daycare for our seniors and bring in a case manager and just see how that starts to move the needle on the services for our seniors. I like the split that was recommended by the Community Health and Senior Service Commission, and I like the logic behind the staff recommendation to have the RFP for the day service provider first, kind of given that if we know it's full-time, let's see what that looks like and let's see what that costs, and then with the remaining money, that would help shape what the RFP for the caseworker would look like. It also might, I like the idea that potentially we open up the option for who could serve as an effective case worker. So I like those comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
I'll try a motion at this point,
Yes.
which would be to authorize revenue and expenditure budget adjustments in the amount of $125,000 to recognize the receipt and expenditure of the County of Santa Clara grant received by the town, and as direction. Everybody seems to like the split that's suggested. That be part of the motion. I'd also add, as part of the motion, I like the idea that we don't require a graduate degree for the case manager. And was there anything else in there? I think that's it. That would be my motion.
Councilmember Ristow.
I'll second it, and I think built into that is the assumption that the one RFP will go out first, the adult day service, as recommended in the staff report.
Yes.
Okay. Second.
Any further comments? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right, so now we move to item number 19, which is to review the revenue modeling report prepared by NBS and provide direction on any ballot measures to consider for polling. Ms. Nomura, can you provide us with a staff report?
Absolutely. And so I do have some slides for this. But, I can go ahead and give a verbal just to get started. So as we know, in 2022, the council acknowledged that Finance Commission found that there was a budget deficit. This budget deficit is about $3 million to $4 million annually. And work has been done for cost reduction measures and also exploration of revenue. And then, so in that effort of exploration of revenue, we have worked with NBS to look into revenue modeling options And as directed by council, this is the point where we're returning prior to conducting any polling to check in with how the council feels about those results and how they would like to proceed. Next slide, please. And so over the years since 2016, we have had several different revenue efforts underway, increasing TOT, sales tax, annexing unincorporated county pockets, and updating our business license taxes. Next slide, please. And so the revenue modeling report that was prepared by NBS goes over various options that are listed here. They're also outlined in detail in the report. There are various reasons why certain options aren't viable. Some of them don't apply to us. They only apply to charter cities. And there's various explanation in the report. And today I'm going to focus on what NBS is recommending. So of those options, sales tax and a parcel tax with senior low income exemptions is what NBS would recommend polling on. They recommend polling on no more than 2 options. Next slide, please. And so first is the sales tax option to increase by 0.125 or an 1/8 cent increase to sales tax. That would increase our current rate of 9.25 to 9.375. And we estimate that this would have about $1.1 million annually in additional revenue. This would be, if structured as a general sales tax, it would require a majority vote of registered voters. It would be a good first step, but clearly won't cover what is forecasted for the deficit. But it's also useful to know that another government agency could potentially take up this 1/8 sales tax increase. And if that were to happen, we would no longer have access to it. Next slide, please. And then we'll go into the parcel tax options that are recommended with a senior or low income exemption. And so a parcel tax option is the only reliable way to really cover the entirety of the forecasted deficit. But again, we can go with a variety of different options. So here we show what that parcel tax would look like if it was to achieve a 4 million revenue target annually, 3.5 million, 2 million, and 1 million. There are different ways you can structure this tax. It could be per parcel, which is that first column, parcel tax by parcel. And then the following column is you could do it by lot square footage. You could also do it by building square footage. So all of those are outlined there. On the next slide, we also show you in an average scenario what that might look like to someone and how that would actually impact their property taxes. And so we go again in those same different scenarios. The first table represents the average single family residence and single unit condos. And the second table outlines the average for non-single family and condo parcels, just to give you an idea of what that could be. Next slide, please. And so today, the goal of this conversation would be to provide direction on which measures the council wishes to pull, if any. Again, there's a recommendation of no more than 2 options. And just to clarify, that would mean picking if a parcel tax is of interest, which one, so at what revenue level, and then also by parcel, by lot square foot, or by building square foot. That would each one of those is one option. Just as a reminder, polling is a targeted effort to include a representative sample of maybe 100 to 200 interviews. And then we also have some additional information that in smaller cities where reliable and ultimately successful results have been obtained, they've had sample sizes even as low as 90 likely voters. And the results should give proper guidance for specific recommendations for council to make its decision. So this is just to kind of point out, this is not a vast community outreach effort at this point. This is just a very targeted polling exercise. And as you see in the next steps, if we were to move forward with the polling, we would return to council with those results before moving forward in any sort of larger community engagement and outreach effort. And at that end, council would get to determine whether or not they would like to propose a revenue measure for the November 2024 ballot. And then, should we wish to continue, an amendment would be needed for the NBS agreement, as we've only chosen to authorize that first phase of work. And so after polling, should council wish to continue, we would ask for that additional phase 2 to be authorized, and then conduct outreach and engagement, as well as move forward with the ordinance that would be required to put that revenue measure on the ballot. And so that concludes my presentation, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you for the report. Vice Mayor Hudes.
Thank you. It strikes me again, we may be having the cart before the horse. We're asking for money, but we're not really saying what it's for. And if I recall, in the October 17th motion, it also included, I think, which may have been an addition, to concurrently develop the stakeholder outreach and public engagement messaging. And in my mind, that is the why are we doing this? And I realize that it may have to be more elaborate if we go out bigger, but in terms of even going and doing any polling, I don't know if I've missed it. Was it in the staff report?
So we have begun work on what that engagement and messaging would be. It's not in the staff report, and it's not concluded at this point. In terms of what, if you would like it to be specific, or the messaging on what you would like these funds to be communicated are going to be for, that's direction we can take here as well. But that has not yet been determined.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open public comment, and I don't see any speaker cards in the room. Anybody on Zoom?
There are no hands on Zoom.
All right, I'm going to close public comment and go back to my council members for comments or perhaps a motion. Councilmember Rennie?
I'm going to start off with comments. So I'm not comfortable with the parcel tax with the information that we have. It seems like we may be way overtaxing what we need, asking for $3.5 million a year. And the reason I say that is we're basing this on a forecast that's not really been refreshed. If I just go back with the year we just finished with the CAFR, which was in our consent calendar, we ended up finishing the year at, let's say, property tax, for example, 22.7. Well, the forecast for 25 in this 5-year forecast is 22.6. So that's actually less than we just did in property tax. And I doubt we're going to go down in property tax. If we just had a 4% increase, we'd be already well up at 23.7. I'm not really trying to let everybody follow numbers, but I think we're at least light by 1.1 million on what we'd get for property tax that year in the forecast. In other words, the 3.5 should be less than that. It should be less by 1.1. We've part of this also, we're removed dollars from the uncertainty on ERAF. I would hate to go make a permanent taxation on the idea that we're not going to get ERAF when it's not even decided yet. I think that needs to be a certainty to decide whether we're trying to backfill that with tax. So, our forecasts assume something that may not occur, but it's a significant one in creating the size of the taxation we're planning to do. The same thing is with going on with the franchise tax. I think also in the 5-year forecast, we're worried about losing, I think it was garbage, some number in the franchise tax. And again, I look at what the actual was in 23 compared to the forecast, actually larger in 23 than the forecast for 25 by, again, another 1.1 million. So I'm really struggling with this idea that we need $3.5 million. I already have 2.2 that we may be undercounting our revenue. Then I get stuck in the problem on the expense side. We just finished a year where we were $5 million under our expenses, and I still don't really understand why. We finished 23 at about $45 million. Our forecast for 25 is $52.9 million. So how are we going to go up $7.9 million on the expense side of this equation? So all of these things are telling me I'm not comfortable saying I need $3.5 million in more taxation. And I would add, I think our sales tax fell a little bit behind, so maybe it goes back the other way. And we haven't completely talked about how much do we really think we need for capital projects or additional pension payments. So that could bring it back towards the 3.5, but we haven't done enough. Just basing this on an operating 5-year forecast that doesn't seem to be refreshed nearly enough, I'm not very comfortable. I might say this increasing the sales tax for the $1 million more a year might be a more reasonable thing to go after this year, but I'm not feeling very comfortable with the information I have on the parcel tax.
Vice Mayor, do you still have your hand up?
Thank you. I wanted to also raise the same concern with the 5-year forecast, and it looked to me in looking at our actual results from the last 2 years that was projected was far off from where we ended up, and we ended up with significantly more funds than we projected in the last 2 years. And I'm really eager for the Finance Commission to dig in and have a look at that as part of the next cycle. And so I'm, again, that's probably my biggest concern. I had 2 others that I wanted to, again, put forward, in that for me, going forward and asking the residents for a tax increase, I would also want to know what cost reduction and operations efficiency results have been taken. I know that the word options was used, but I'm interested in what are the financial results of those 2 things. And then finally, the other one where I think we have considerable opportunity is the TOT, the tax on hotels. Promoting Los Gatos as a wedding destination in a public-private partnership. I believe I've talked with many about the possibility of doing that. I know we've made some recovery of our TOT receipts, but it seems as though there's quite a bit of work there's quite a bit of benefit that we could receive if we did that, and that would not necessarily come from our residents. And so that could be really a win-win for our businesses who are still struggling to get back, our retail business, as well as the hospitality business. So again, those are ideas that I think are ones that I would want to explore before I went and asked for a tax increase. I understand we're talking about doing polling, but when you do a poll, you need to have a reason for asking for it, and that's why I thought it was important to have the stakeholder outreach and public engagement messaging before we move forward, and that's why I believe it was concurrent in the motion on October 17.
Ms. Pravetti?
Yes, if I may, we have been working with the Chamber on promoting Los Gatos, and Economic Vitality Manager Wren is here. She's been doing a lot of that work with the Chamber, and it's expressed in the contract that the Council approved with the Chamber for this year. So maybe briefly, Monica can just share the efforts and what's required of the Chamber this year in order to promote our community.
Good evening, Economic Vitality Manager Monica Wren. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the sensitivity and the desire to have this engagement. I think it's really important. We know that having visitors come in is extremely important. And then weddings in particular do tend to bring a lot of folks in. The Chamber of Commerce did receive an increase in their contract amount this year. We have asked them, to provide certain things within the agreement. We also know that then there was a changing of the staff, a complete change of their staff there. So we've been doing some work together with the executive director. They've hired a new social media person who is working directly on the Visit Los Gatos. They've also been keeping the website up. There is a section dedicated to weddings within the Visit Los Gatos, and not just wedding venues, because I think we're a little challenged here in Los Gatos with having venues large enough to attract 300 or 400 people for a dinner event or something like that. But what we do have is we have great services. We do have the hotels. We have they have vendors such as hair and makeup. They have restaurants. They have places to shop for weddings. So there is a dedicated space there, and there are efforts working towards engaging that piece of the community, because I do think that there's a lot of opportunity.
Had Council, okay.
No,
Vice
just
Mayor
to follow up on that point quickly, I understand the role of the chamber, but I also think there's a role of the businesses in town, and to really form a public-private partnership in shaping this, and having funds instead of going to the chamber also be contributed, if not funds, then marketing resources of some of the hotels that are here. So I think we're at the beginning of this, and I appreciate the efforts that have been made, but I think there is a treasure there that we haven't yet really tapped into.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a slightly different take on this. So as long, in the year that I have been on the council, I have seen this council and also a lot of external entities continue to ask more and more of our staff, and there's no extra money coming in. And so, and we keep wanting to do more, right? I want to do more. I think all of us want to do more for our residents, but I'm not seeing where that money is coming from. And again, when I ran for council, one of the things that I got asked about the most was our budget deficit. And I think that we have, seen the good times and the bad times of kind of the economic swings of our state and our region. But California is going into a $68 billion budget deficit in this coming year. And I think that, I don't know, I just have seen us continue to ask our staff to do more things. And I don't think we have the continuous money to pay for that. I think, it's a good thought to maybe, we need to drill down a little bit deeper into what that exactly is, because we are going to have to tell that story to our residents if we want to ask them for money. But one of my thoughts on this is I think realistically, just in how we've had this conversation so far, it doesn't sound like a parcel tax is going to happen, especially not one on residents. I think that a commercial parcel tax is a really good idea. I think, if you, for instance, right, a commercial parcel tax on buildings over 25,000 feet, what we're doing is asking the largest businesses in our community, 35 of them, to contribute a little bit more to our community. The biggest sum any one business would pay is $600,000, which can I ask, is that Netflix? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I also don't know that we would say.
Cool. Okay. So let's say, Netflix is probably going to be asked to pay somewhere in the ballpark of $500,000. And I think in Los Gatos, something that we haven't talked very much about is that we have this behemoth of a company in our backyard that we're not asking, that isn't contributing very much. In your Cupertinos, I went and looked at their philanthropy this past year, and Apple was incredibly philanthropic. They donated literally millions of dollars to your West Valley Community Services, your Second Harvest Food Bank, in Google has contributed tens of millions of dollars this year to Mountain View and San Jose, and we don't get that from Netflix. That's just not their culture. That's not the company they are. That's fine, but I have talked so much, and I'm especially sensitive to this because one of the places I grew up in Los Gatos, outside of the Bellwood neighborhood, was the Charter Oaks neighborhood, which directly abuts Netflix, and the community members there really feel like they were sold a bill of goods when they were told Netflix was coming into our community. They were told Netflix is going to generate all of this money, it's going to bring in all of these good things, it's going to be such a big player in our community. And for a short while, I think they did with the sales tax on DVDs, right? And then their model changed. And so they no longer pay sales tax on those DVDs, which is essentially a cut, right, to the money that the town is bringing in. And so for Netflix, if we asked them to pay $600,000, that would be less than 0.002% of Netflix's annual revenue, which, for instance, someone making $100,000, we'd be asking them to pay $2 a year for the scale there. And so I think if it's not a parcel tax, if we're concerned about levying a commercial parcel tax on our largest businesses, which I don't think we should be, but if we are, there's a few other options here too. That they're not in the staff report, but two other options from my understanding, and we've heard a little bit from staff on this, is two other options are a utility use tax or a head tax, both of which could be levied against the largest businesses in Los Gatos. A utility use tax to me is a really interesting idea because you levy that essentially like you would against a cable company, but you say that Netflix is our cable company, right? They're a streaming service. You're basically taxing what we were originally taxing them on, which is the thing they're doing in Los Gatos, which now is streaming. It used to be shipping out DVDs, and you could levy that utility use tax to basically get them to contribute, because right now they don't contribute anything, and I think that's a huge problem. You could also do a head tax where you tax, the 5 businesses in the town of Los Gatos with the most workers, with the most employees. You could even do the 3 most, and again, you can disproportionately target a tax against one of our big business here who really is not contributing. And I have approached lots of folks at Netflix lots of times to try to get them to contribute literally anything to any program, the schools, any service, any of our nonprofits, and they're not interested. And that's okay. They don't have to be. But I think if they're not interested, then we need to compel them, because I think that's the role of government here. And so that is my long-winded opinion about how we should be going about this. I totally understand if the parcel tax isn't what we want to do, but I think there's things that we could do that aren't going to end up hurting very many residents in the town of Los Gatos, and where we could really generate revenue. So that's my piece on that.
Councilmember Rennie.
So couple thoughts. The utility tax is really hard to implement. You should ask a question of staff about whether we could actually do that, because that was something we explored 5-6 years ago, and they were kind of put in place a long time ago, and I can't recall now. Things have changed, and it's really tough to implement that. So you could ask about whether that's we could really get there. I am a little bit warm, maybe quite warm, on the idea of maybe a commercial-only tax on the large businesses, but want to think through. We just finished increasing our business license tax, which hit Netflix for $1 million, I think, or something like that, $500,000. It was already a big number. So, and we kind of worked out with them that they wouldn't complain. We found something that worked out, and then we turn around and sneak another one on them. Maybe we want to do. I just think we and it's not just them; it's other commercial owners. So went out and we're now taxing businesses more, and then we're effectively taxing businesses again with doing that. Maybe we do want to do that. I just wanted to point that out.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. I appreciate the report. I appreciate looking at this. I know that for years we've been hearing that we have a structural budget deficit. This came from the Alliance. It came from the Finance Commission. And we do know that our costs are rising faster than our revenues. The question is, where are we hitting a point where it'll resonate with our residents, and what is it that we want to make sure that we can continue to pay for? And one of the things I was thinking the most about is I'm always hearing people wanting more things under the category of safety. We want more traffic calming. We want more tree trimming. We just spent, $270,000 taking down some eucalyptus trees, and we've got eucalyptus all over town. We've got roadway clearing, shaded fuel breaks that we have a limited amount that we can do each year, possibly staff limited, but mostly also capital limited. People want more police officers. So I am concerned that if we don't do anything, we will start to feel the pinch in places that matter most to our residents. That said, maybe our revenue will go up faster than our costs this year. I'm not sure. When I look at a parcel tax, I originally liked the logic as we, and I don't know, it might be worth polling, but as we go through the logic of where we've raised our sales tax, where we've raised our business tax, all the ways that we've raised revenue, TOT in the past 6-7 years, parcel tax has been left off the list. My concern is, in this upcoming election, the school district will be introducing or, putting a parcel tax on the ballot. And I'm just looking at what are the headwinds to being able to pass something like that. Sales tax, I'm a little concerned about. We didn't hear anything from the Chamber of Commerce. I don't know how our businesses feel about that. As we're coming back, would that have an impact? We would not exceed, with an 1/8 of a cent sales tax, we would be on par with Campbell, which is one of the concerns, how do we compare to somebody just bordering us? But, and we've had criticism that we only increased our sales tax by an 1/8 of a cent when maybe we should have done 1/4 cent in the past. So I'm not sure how that flies. I don't know if it's going to make sense to put something on the ballot this fall, but I'm not sure if we want to cut off that option right now. And I think the limited polling of about 100 people is sort of the start to sort of get a feel for what residents might pass, what they think is important. So I am tending toward wanting to just continue with that one next step, and then we may decide 2026 is a better year for this, or we may find out from our residents that they don't support any kind of sales or a tax increase. But I feel like I don't know what I don't know, and I do know that most residents I talk to want more services. I do know that at every council meeting we have, when we want another half FTE in the town to handle something, or we want more work done, we're going to need more staff. And I do feel like we're going to need more in our police department. I just don't know when. So I'm kind of concerned that if we just drop this now, then I don't know if we pick it up in a year, and I don't know what kind of shape we'll be in. But I feel like I would like to get more information about what our residents think. Thank you.
Okay, who had their hand up first? Councilmember Rennie.
I would say I'm not opposed to looking for more revenue to add another officer or add other staff if we have to. The problem I have is this report that we're basing this on says we have an operating deficit that's huge and we need to fill it. That's not what Councilmember Risto just suggested, which I I'd support it, but I want to understand what is our real operating deficit? how much more do we really need to do the things we need to do? Add another officer, add other safety things, maybe spend more for fire prevention, whatever it is. I would rather have it more specific versus, yeah, I know we need more money because we need more people, but that's not what this report says. And that's what's bothering me a lot about this is we're approving it based on the wrong reason.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the reason for taking the next step is just not well articulated. I think that was the purpose of the motion on 1017, and I don't think we've seen anything on that at this point. I understand it may be in the works, but we would need to authorize something without seeing the message that we're going to be sending when we start this polling. So I think that's a fundamental. And with regard to some of the other ideas that have been brought forward, I really do not understand why we're not pushing on operational efficiencies, because those help the residents, they help our staff, they help our customers who use services. And this was something that was started 2.5, 3 years ago, and we stopped after we did our first key performance indicators on financial measures. I just say, look at what Matt Mahan is doing in San Jose with a report card, or a dashboard rather, that looks at measuring services, and when you measure things, they will start to improve. And I understand that it takes some effort to do that, but I also think that it brings out the creativity of our staff in helping to do this. And so I am not able to move forward on this until we've taken some of those steps on cost reduction and operational efficiency that need to go in tandem with asking for more revenue. And clearly there are a lot of things that I think we could be doing for our residents if we had more money, but I don't think we have a clear message on what those things are. So I will not be supporting moving this forward at this point.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. So a couple of thoughts. I think, first of all of us have had, I think all of us have had a conversation with Mr. Stump in his neighborhood about the existential risk to his life and his neighbors' lives and that whole neighborhood and a lot of our hillsides of wildfire, because there's no ongoing money for wildfire. So I think, wildfire, public safety, and we can pick a third this evening, I think would be a very persuasive message to the community. So I think that exists. I think in the conversations that I've had with Mr. Stump, my understanding is unless somehow we get money from the state, which I don't think we will, we will we will not be able to keep up with the maintenance in those neighborhoods, which poses a huge, huge risk to the lives of our residents up there. And so I think that's a real concern for me. We also, we keep talking about organizational efficiency, and I don't think I have a good understanding of what the suggested action is there, because I think our staff are working so incredibly hard and very efficient. And I think we've heard from staff on a number of measures they've taken to become more efficient. But again, and I share this all the time, I see our staff working so incredibly hard every single day. They work long hours, they work longer hours than I work at my job, and I think they're very efficient at what they do, I don't know where we're going to find millions of dollars of efficiency in an organization that is already so lean and where we're already stretching people so thin. And then I think what's important to think about here too is we've been talking for a long time about this projected budget deficit, and I think there's maybe a push-pull or a lack of clarity on what the exact dollar amount is, but because municipalities have to approve a balanced budget every single year, the first year we can't, our costs outstretch our revenues, we have to cut services, right? That's our only option, is to cut services. And I do not want us to be a council that in 2 years, because of economic downturn or because of ambition from folks up here, where we have to cut services. I think that is, I'm sure every single resident any of us has ever talked to has said, please, just keep the ship afloat, right? Keep things going in the right direction. And so, the efficiency argument is not persuasive to me. And so instead of asking our staff who are already stretched so thin to do more, what I am suggesting is to ask our biggest businesses who, again, if we're talking about $500,000 against Netflix, it's 0.002% of their annual budget. I know we taxed them, but $600,000 to Netflix is next to nothing. I think that I've heard concerns that they're going to leave town over an increased tax. If Netflix, a $31 billion company, has to leave Los Gatos because we asked them for $500,000, I think that would be ridiculous. They'd be such a poorly run company. I think that would be incredible. I could never see that happening. And I think our residents would be, in my opinion, very amenable to, or at least it'd be worth hearing how they feel about asking our biggest businesses to contribute a little bit more in order to make sure they are protected from wildfire and that our police department is fully staffed and fully functional. I think that is a very winning message, and I fear that if we don't do anything, we are ensuring that those things do not happen. And so that's why I am so passionate about getting at least moving this to the next step.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
A couple things. With regard to wildfire and Mr. Stump's ideas, I've met with him a number of times. I've not once heard him say that we should increase taxes in order to pay for those items. He has some other interesting ideas about funding some of those services. I think we need to make progress on that and have some more work by our wildfire task force, and to get some of those ideas in here before we assume that that's the solution that I've never heard him say. Secondly, there's no one who can't improve, and there's no business and there's no organization that can't improve. And the only way that it happens is if you measure it. And so it has to start with that. And it doesn't necessarily mean telling people to work longer hours. It often is the creativity of the folks who are doing the work to come up with ideas and to better serve their customers, who are the residents and businesses of the town. And I'm afraid we just haven't followed through on that. And there's always room for improvement and efficiency. And I completely disagree that taking that off the table is effective, and I also would be, frankly, embarrassed to go to our residents and tell them we're going to tax them more, but we as a town haven't done everything we can to be efficient and to manage our costs.
Ms. Pravetti.
Thank you. I just want to comment here. I know this is the council's discussion, but I do want to just mention that the staff is constantly needing to be more efficient. Every year we get more and more unfunded mandates. We've just learned that now our entire fleet has to go to electric. So this is an unfunded mandate that the town is going to need to absorb, and we're going to need to be very creative to figure out how we're going to pay for new trucks, new patrol cars, et cetera, that meet and the charging infrastructure, absolutely. So that's something that is now law and is going to be taking effect very soon. A couple of weeks ago at the Finance Commission, they wanted examples of unfunded mandates. And I think we had like 2 pages of unfunded mandates in the response to that particular comment without any. It was very quick. You know, there was at least 5 or 6 items that came from PPW, a whole list of laws coming from PD, community development. Obviously, we're dealing with a lot of unfunded mandates just to be able to keep things moving through all of our permitting. The solar permitting, all of that is an unfunded mandate. We've gotten a little bit of grant money through the state, but that's to pay for an app or other little things. So it's actually a business imperative, and I apologize if I sound like a broken record, but it is something that we constantly have to do just to keep treading water. I think of our town attorney, you know, and the lean resources in that office and all of the legal work that comes through one person. People have entire law firms that do real estate contracts, et cetera. We have one person. So I think, you know, efficiency is kind of the name of the game for us. We can't, I don't know. It's something that we're constantly doing, and the measurements are in the budget document. Every year we measure how well we're doing in terms of performance, in terms of quality, in terms of activities. All those numbers are published every single year. And you see, you know, are we hitting our targets? Are we not hitting our targets? And then we modify our performance measures because there's new things that we want to measure to see how we're doing. So those measurements and efficiencies are it's kind of built into our culture, and it's built into what we're doing. Unfortunately, to really put a quantifiable dollar amount, I would need a whole nother administrative unit just to do that analysis. And so for me, it's a trade-off. Do I ask my staff to analyze how much cost savings did I have by doing, you know, even, I have to say our assistant town manager very quickly identified efficiencies coming into the HR department. Why don't we use our DocuSign service to handle some weekly or biweekly paperwork? And boom, you know, things that used to take a lot of hours, quite frankly, are now done in minutes. And so, you know, again, we're just, it's constant for us how we're doing it. But then for me to ask our assistant town manager, okay, what was the dollar savings of going to DocuSign for this one process? That would take a lot of work and then take her away and her team away from actually providing the service. So that's our trade-off in terms of finding those quantifiable measures. And there are other ways to do it, but I'm hearing loud and clear that council's concerned about the forecast. You're interested in getting more current forecast information, perhaps exploring some other things. So I do want to acknowledge that we're listening and hearing the council's commentary this evening. Thank you.
Yeah, because my concern, you bring us back to the forecast, and I would really like to see a realistic 5-year forecast. That would be helpful for me in making this decision, because you read these recommendations and the parcel tax is pretty much off the table. I mean, this consultant said that meeting the objective of a 2/3 approval from voters would be difficult. And I'm going to suspect that a sales tax is not going to go over real well. People just don't like taxation, and especially in light of the financial picture that has hit us over the last couple years. And I'm also concerned with the school parcel tax that will also likely hit the ballot in the fall. So at this time, I'm not convinced. I admire Councilmember Moore's wanting to tax the commercial buildings. I mean, your argument sounds terrific, but when I look at the fact that we taxed them earlier, it's not a real friendly thing to do. I think it would kind of jeopardize our business relationship, further taxing the commercial buildings that we have. And since I can't make a decision on any of these, I'm not going to be in favor of anything right now in spending more consultant money. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. First of all, I thought I saw in the staff report that the amount of money that we authorized already covers the polling. So we've already authorized the money to do this first round of polling. Is that correct?
That is included in phase 1, yes.
Okay.
Oh, thank you for that clarification.
Right. So that, not the big, huge polling, but this first 100, that's included in here.
Okay.
And the other thing is, I know that it sounds great, especially if you're a consultant, to just keep saying we need to have efficiencies, we have to measure it. I don't think the only way efficiencies happen is if you measure it. With all due respect, Councilmember Hudes, you said if you don't measure it, it doesn't happen. I think we know that with the same number of staff and with more increasing work all the time, that efficiencies are inherently happening. And, I think when you spend enough time seeing all of the state laws that keep passing and all of the work that just has to keep being absorbed, if our staff wasn't incredibly efficient, things would just stop. So, I agree that it would be really hard to measure it, but I know that it's happening, and I, would ask any council member to spend more time in offices, and you'd see how well everybody's working together. Like I said, I don't know what I don't know, so I would be potentially interested in seeing what kind of traction we could get on an 8-cent sales tax, at least in a preliminary polling of 100 people. And I, in my conversations with Rob Stump, he did talk about a parcel tax to pay for safety. And, knowing that we've got some wildfire clearing that we want to do, an alert system, it just feels like, we're going to come up on our budget hearings in a couple of months, and there are going to be so many more asks than we can fund. And I think about the fact that we've got incredibly large capital improvement projects that we want, such as the Highway 17, Highway 9 interchange, which is going to help alleviate congestion and some cut-through traffic. And there's going to be a big price tag for a match on that. We already had comments about the adult rec center and, the amount of money that was set aside and how much work needs to be done on the adult rec center just to keep it going. And, that wasn't allocated by the council. So when we get around to our budget and we start looking at all the places where we want to spend money, we already know that we have a huge list of needs. Our ADA updates, there are so many things that we're going to be talking about in 2 months where we do have identified places where we need the money, even if we manage to somehow, with our present revenue source, stay caught up with where our staffing level is. We know that the runway for paying for a myriad list of things that we feel are incredibly important and necessary, that funding's not going to be there. So, I'm inclined toward looking into that 8-cent sales tax. And, some of the same group that kind of pounded on us about the structural budget deficit and about paying down our pension liabilities years ago also came after us saying, why, the former council, why didn't we go for a 1/4-cent sales tax instead of an 8-cent sales tax? I don't know if it has traction, but I would like to find out on that one. So that's kind of where I am.
If I could confirm from staff, we've already paid for the polling. There's no extra expenditure. So it's a matter of us choosing what we already paid for. Is that correct?
So just to clarify, it's what has been authorized in the contract and budgeted for. The actual act of polling has not happened, and so therefore nothing has been expended for polling, and the council could choose not to expend the funds that are specifically for polling. But there's no additional budget allocation that's needed at this time. The agreement already includes the polling. Does that answer your question, or do you have?
Okay, so just clarify for me that if
Yeah.
if polling gets done at some point, we're not spending any town funds to go to that step. It's already been spent with the 44,600.
It is included in the 44,600. You will not incur more than that for this.
Okay. All right, Vice Mayor Hudes.
Yeah, thanks. You know, the last time around, I voted to move this forward, and I think it was a 4-1 vote. However, I can't get past the reason why. And, you know, the motion included concurrently develop the stakeholder outreach and public engagement messaging. If I heard that, I could definitely see us moving through this phase. The problem is that that's missing, and I heard some great ideas that could be a part of that tonight from the town manager in terms of some of the possibilities that we would want revenue for, and from council members, but I don't see that, and so I have a hard time, allowing this to go forward if we haven't complied with something that was in the motion.
If I may, through the mayor, we did start working with the consultant, and they are available online. We probably should have mentioned that earlier if you had specific questions for them. We did take some of the initial communication talking points and built it into the background of the staff report. We didn't call it out as, here are your talking points, et cetera, but we felt that it was important to start using the language and telling the story of how is it that we got here, what have we been doing, et cetera. So while we didn't call it out as this is the messaging for the community, we did build it into the report as a way of seeing how it would be received, quite honestly, by you and by our public. So we're kind of already, and a lot of this is language that we've been using in some of our prior work on our fiscal sustainability website and other places. So we've been working on messaging for actually a long time. The message could certainly be refined in terms of what prospectively we could be doing. But again, given the financial forecast and the council's declaration of a structural deficit a couple of years ago, we felt that was kind of a stake in the ground, that council acknowledged that there was a structural deficit.
And just to add, if there is the ability, Rochelle Lewis is available on Zoom and she's one of our NBS consultants that can speak to the messaging we've been developing throughout this process.
Before we go there, Councilmember Moore had his hand up.
No, that's fine. We can hear from the consultant first.
Rochelle, we almost heard something, if that was you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, now you can hear and see me, hopefully. Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. We've been listening in on the conversation this evening. With me here is Nick Dayhoff, who is the author of the report for the revenue modeling analysis, and also Gene Bregman, who is our pollster with GBA. In terms of the stakeholder outreach and messaging, we have been working with staff on putting together what that plan would be, and we have done some initial messaging. And much like the comments that Vice Mayor made about needing to explain the rationale for funding, that is largely part of our messaging already. And Civic Mike is the public engagement side of NBS, has developed a reputation for working collaboratively with communities to develop consensus around tax and other revenue generating measures. So we are very much with you in that sensibility about how to best go about making an actual new revenue source happen for your town. So talking to the public about what the city's needs are, the number of unfunded state mandates, for example, is a great example. And talking about the efficiencies that are in place, talking about the recognition the town has received for its transparency and budgeting practices, and then talking about the specific key areas that we know residents care about greatly, and many of which you have been talking about this evening, and the need for additional revenues as costs grow and revenues don't necessarily keep up. So that would be part of what we would actually test in the poll to make sure we understood if people were being responsive to that. And it would be, the polling is, we've done some revenue analysis. Maybe there's more analysis that needs to be done on that front, and we're happy to talk through that. But once there is a decision to actually learn, to decide, we need to figure out what are potential solutions to solving a deficit problem, then a poll is really the only way that you're going to have the information you need to make a decision about what makes sense to actually propose. And then obviously voters would have the final say. And once a poll is conducted and hopefully finds that there is some viable revenue measure that a representative sample of likely voters would support, then would be a time period between that information coming to you and where you would actually have to finalize the ordinance and place it on the ballot to do more specific outreach. In particular, if you are going to, be focused on specific stakeholders, if you're going to be talking about measure that is going to have a greater impact on the business community, then yes, you would want to have those specific conversations as well as more information shared with the general public to talk about what the needs are, what the efficiency that are in place, and what a potential solution that the council is considering might look like. And then you have an opportunity to fine-tune that before you actually make a decision to place it on the ballot. In this case, the deadline would be early August. So in our timeline, we called for June because we know you don't necessarily meet in July, but looking at giving you some wiggle room there. So that's sort of how we envisioned this moving forward. And the next step that we recommended based on the kind of revenue that we understood the town needs and the potential methods for attaining that goal appeared to us to be a parcel tax or a sales tax. And we can poll both. And as I mentioned, Gene Bregman is here if want to talk specifically about that. But hopefully this answers the question about how the stakeholder outreach and messaging goes in tandem with this process.
Vice Mayor Hudes?
Thank you. Maybe you could clarify where I would see that messaging. I heard some words, but I'm looking at a report that says revenue modeling scenarios. I don't see anything in that report. Perhaps, I'm sure I'm sure your firm is expert at doing that. I just haven't seen it, and I don't know what it would be that we would put in front of people that we would poll.
Sure. Some of it, I know, as Katie mentioned, is in the staff report. We did develop a fact sheet and some talking points, and I'm sure we could get those shared with you.
Okay, any further questions for the consultant? Councilmember Moore?
No, sorry, not a question for the consultant.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Moore. It's getting late for me.
Yeah,
Go
no,
ahead.
thank you. So I think with all of that information, I think it would make sense to, because we've already allocated this funding, to poll, do this small group poll on a 1/8 cent sales tax and a commercial parcel tax with all of the kind of background we've talked about. And I can make that a motion. I move to authorize the consultants to poll on a 1/8 cent sales tax and a commercial parcel tax in the town of Los Gatos.
All right, do I have a second? Seeing none, motion fails. I'll just make a comment. I'm almost inclined to continue the item so that council can be more assured with the messaging that would be put forth, so that we would know how this would proceed if we even did do polling. A lot of it is the messaging, and we don't really know what that is. I would be more comfortable with that, but I look to Vice Mayor Hudes for his comment.
So what would the timing be to take this next step that we must do? Because I'm also interested in the 5-year forecast. If we were to continue this.
I think we've got a little bit of time. We will be updating the forecast, bringing that to the Finance Commission in early February and to the Town Council. I believe it's February 21st. It's or so for the mid-year review. So that's typically when we have the updated forecast, and we can continue to work with the consultants on messaging so that we talk not only in the rear view mirror about what we've done in the past, but also what our future needs are going to be. I think the original schedule showed us polling in January, so that way we would have the results in February that we could share with Finance Commission and then with Council, and then determine next steps in terms of additional outreach, as our consultant just explained. So I think the polling was intended to be part of our learning and really testing, but we've got some initial talking points, and I could see that there's more work to be done.
Vice Mayor Hudes?
Question for the consultant. Would February 21st decision on the polling put this program in jeopardy of moving forward?
I think that timing still works. We have Gene Bregman with us on the phone as well. I don't know, Gene, if you want to comment on that as well. Well, perhaps stepped away. There you go.
I was having trouble unmuting.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Timing works fine. I did want to make one point that I think is sort of gotten lost here in what the polling does. The polling is not just to look at what taxes the public will bear, so to speak, but it's to help with that messaging. It's to help understand what people are willing, if anything, to increase their taxes for. The great example is there are school districts, like a high school district, that everybody says, gee, we really need a new scoreboard for our football stadium. Am I going to increase my taxes for that? No, of course not. So one of our main goals from the poll is to look at how money would be spent, maybe look at what things could be lost if the money doesn't come around, doesn't get approved, and lay that out for people, and then get a sense of, well, how much of a tax would I be willing to support? Parcel taxes are tougher because they require a 2/3 vote, but not impossible. The sales tax only requires a simple majority, and at 1/8% is not a lot. So that's certainly a lot easier. But if it turns out that the sales tax doesn't get you anywhere near where you need to be, we need to look at the parcel tax more closely.
Thank you. I think you answered my question.
If a parcel tax is not amenable to people.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
right.
Thank you. Look, I would be prepared to make a motion to continue as to February 21st and consider it at the same time that we are able to look at the 5-year forecast and hopefully have at least something on paper that says what the messaging will be.
Right, do I have a second? I'll second it. I'm going to call the question.
It's February 20th. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. I seconded. Councilmember Rennie?
And I think it's a little more than just the 5-year forecast, right? We had a 5-year forecast inserted here that was a very simple 5-year forecast on operations only. I think we need to also think a little bit more about do we need more for pensions? Do we need more for capital? We need to think a little more holistically on what it is we require. I mean, I criticized the information that was here as not being right, but I also don't think that it gives the whole picture either, even if it was right.
Councilmember Ristow?
I agree with that. And I think that's part of what the polling should show, because when our residents are interviewed, the question would be, what's important to you? What do you want to see more of? Would you pay for it? And so, as we look at what are the big capital projects that we think we want and what are our pension liabilities, we need to find out then what our residents value and what they would or would not be willing to pay for. So I think those things would be very helpful. And so I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay, I will call the question then. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. And that wraps up the evening. So this meeting is adjourned. Happy holidays, everybody.